the title of the session is Reimagining Higher Education. We have 56 minutes, probably 2 minutes are over. So, in the Kothari Commission report, I think we all started as teachers in 1970 or started as teachers in 50 years. So we used to say the destiny of India is shaping their classrooms. That's the opening sentence of that commission report. Destiny of India is shaping in their classrooms. Now we are conducting on classrooms. Universities are going to be, whereas museums and all the things are going to change. But technology, of course, is coming in very quickly. I am also from the science and technology area, as a teacher. Technology has contributed significantly and is changing the life, the facet of life at all levels and to continue to change the approach. But technology cannot teach. Only teachers can teach. But teachers without the understanding of the technology will be replaced by teachers with technological capability. That is the thing which is going back to the technology cannot teach. Even the technology which is necessary to teach has to be developed by the teacher, not anybody else. Not because yesterday I was reading the article of higher education or higher education, HIR education. Probably these are so we see lot of new things because spring is coming. Lot of new things are happening, and therefore it is very important that we should look at the possibilities of strengthening our teachers. From moving onwards, they have been given the capabilities of the teachers, capacity building of the teachers, and it is going to be very important. Understand that we just look at the classroom in that perspective. I think our reimagining of higher education, this particular session title, should be on that ground. So, when it comes to policy, of course, I said I will talk this particular thing in the context of the new national education policy. Actually, as teachers, as participants, teachers and managers of higher education and education institutions here attending, we know the problems. We also know the solutions. We know that if we apply the solutions, the system will improve. But when it comes to applying the solution, I think we are, poor is a very moderate word. We are rather, we are non-performers. And if somebody try to implement such a thing, he or she will face the music. There are examples. There are examples here, of course I have also faced. So the national education policy was actually, Mr. Modi announced on June 20th or August 20th, but that particular day. Either it is June or August 2020. On that particular day, I am an experimental scientist. We were holding a meeting with Dr. Kasturi Rangan and the 3 presidents of the National Science Academies. We were wondering what will happen to the experimental sciences during the corona period. Laboratories are non-functional, students are not going, equipments, work roads are rusting. It was after 3-4 months we are thinking that day there was a meeting. And then we thought it may happen, and we thought of alternatives and all that. But after maybe August, so on that day, Mr. Kasturi Rangan got a call from the Prime Minister that we are going to implement the national education policy. He congratulated, and that was the day. I vividly remember. So after 6-7 months of that particular day, in March, Nature and Science usually conducts the they take statistics of scientific achievements in the whole world, Nature and Science, those big journals. But that particular year, Corona year, was the year of science. Year of science in the sense that maximum collaboration between institutions in the whole world happened during that period. Institutions which are less endowed, of course less endowed is not a correct word, but institutions which are less endowed, They had interacted with premier institutions in the world. Scientists and, of course I'm talking about science, scientists of not very big repute or international, those who do not know each other, they have collaborated. And we have also seen the result of probably the vaccine development, taking courage and then introducing vaccine. It succeeded. So that is why in terms of collaboration, that was the biggest year of science. That was the year of science. Maximum collaboration. So in higher education, the next opportunity is collaboration, alliance.
Will be for those which will be the young people of this country, and fortunately India is going to be younger in the world, because we are having almost 42% whose age are less than 45, and only 17 or 19% whose age are above 55 in this country. But there is another issue of equity also coming into the picture. What we say that national GER is 27.1 at the moment. But if we compare with these GER with different social group, for example, the scheduled caste is 23.4, for scheduled tribe it is 18.0. Similarly, the regional variation is also there. For example, Bihar GER is only 14.5. Assam it is 17.3. West Bengal it is 19.9. And if you take the small states or national territory, for example, Daman and Diu is only 6.1. Lakshadweep is only 7.5. Similarly, if we compare with the proportion of these different disadvantaged groups as compared to their population, the representation is not satisfactory in higher education. I'm just talking about the Muslim representation is in higher education is only 5.5%, where their population percentage is 14.2% as per the 2011 census. So these are the certain things. In addition to that, even in terms of access to higher education, in terms of colleges, regional variation is very marked. India, average number of college per lakh population of the eligible group is 30. But Bihar is having only 7. Karnataka is having 59. So between 59 to 7, that is the two extreme we are having so far, access of colleges are. Now, with these present situation, let us think about the future. But before talking about the future curriculum and future pedagogy, one more thing we have to see that what are the challenges before us, or what are the unprecedented changes took place during last half a century or in 1 century. That is very important, because curriculum cannot be designed out of context. So context is very important, as rightly pointed out by Professor Pillai. Thank you, sir. Before I talk about these unprecedented change, there are two premises I am having for my entire presentation. The first premise is future will essentially be different from the present. Second is curricula and pedagogies of today are incapable to face the future challenges. These are the two premises I am having for this presentation. We will try to see whether these premises are true or not. I don't want to say it is a hypothesis, but these are my premises. Being a student of research methodology also, I want to differentiate the two. Now the issue is change. Change is a natural process. Every time change is taking place. But the change took place in the last 1.5 century is of that kind of change which in terms of quantum, in terms of intensity and in terms of pace, the entire history of humankind couldn't see that kind of change. So that is the unique feature of this change which we faced in this. The second thing that is very important, which is also very important so far the curriculum designing is concerned. That's why I say that the entire human civilization, we faced the dearth of scarcity of information. And that's why even in many religious dictates you will find that to get knowledge there means information. Move from one place to another. This is the unique century where information is abundant. And we are having problem of selecting the useful information. Selecting those information that will help us to live healthy and joyful life. Or lively. There is another very important feature that we should keep in mind. That after the UN Declaration of Human Rights, the first time at the international level, we recognize this notion that education is not a privilege but a right. And that is a very dynamic statement which we want to say, and there is a sea change because of this all over the world. That education is not a privilege. It means the final conclusion out of this is that education is not for a few, not for elites, but education should be for all. And every individual who born on this earth has the right to get education, and education of quality. That is the one wonderful statement that came as a result of UN Declaration of Human Rights at international level and at the national level when we made it as a right, though till now only at the elementary, up to the elementary level. There is another very important thing, that perhaps this is the century when knowledge becomes the supreme power. I think we all know and capable to differentiate between information and knowledge. So knowledge becomes the supreme power, and that's why whosoever wants to be the Jagat Guru will be the Guru in knowledge. That's important. Another important challenge what we are facing is that world is shrinking. And now we often say that it's become a global village. Perhaps this corona pandemic.
How long would you take?
How much you can, accordingly I will try to.
No, because there is a time restriction for the next session.
Okay, I am coming. I am making sure this unprecedented change and then coming directly to the curriculum.
This is not to cut you short, because we are finding it very fascinating what you are saying. It is very, very fascinating. So,
okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. Then, so quickly I will talk about these things. Another very important, which is very much highlighted by our predecessor also, that technological revolution has changed our social, political and economic landscape. So entire domain of human life are influenced by the technology, and education is not an exclusion. Another very important aspect that we should keep in mind, and that is that new interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary knowledge are coming in to this world. And that's why new areas of knowledge are emerging as a result of intermarriage between different so-called established disciplines. So that is also having a direct bearing on the curriculum of the future. There is another issue that unfortunately the present world is become more stressed, more corrupt, and more violent. And we have enough evidences, we have statistics also, I don't want to share with you, we all know very clearly. Just I want to quote one by R.D. Lang, that a child born today in UK stands a 10 times greater chance of being admitted to a mental hospital than at university. So that is the situation of the United Kingdom, but perhaps we all are not different. Now, in this perspective, we try to look at the future curriculum which we want to see. The very first thing, unfortunately, willingly or unwillingly, we accepted and followed the Paulo Freire model of banking system. That information are both memorized by the learner and re-vomit at the time of examination. So whatever, so knowledge means finishing the syllabus in time. That is the very important thing, and whatever they learn, that is not the issue, but what content are memorized, whether understood or not understood, if understood for a limited time. That was the model. Unfortunately, we are generally following, exception will be there, but generally following, which is the banking model as Paulo Freire said. What we want the curriculum of future is that curriculum for thinking, curriculum for learning how to learn. And that's why think critically, ability to question, that is extremely important, ability to question, and nurture higher order thinking skills. So these are the key issues that Alvin Toffler I want to quote at this place. The illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read or write, but who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. So our curriculum should be of that type which develop that ability among learners. Please keep in mind that all human knowledge also having expiry date. So we should discard the obsolete. That's we are very, very reluctant because of many reasons that I can't discuss at the moment. Another very important aspect is the future curriculum should be based on metacognitive in nature. So merely cognitive will not work, but metacognitive is important. That's why the learner should be strategic and reflective. How will we develop that kind of curriculum? That requires a lot of thinking. Now, another important thing is,
I must request you to wind up.
Learning is a meaning-making process. We have changed. There is a change in the concept of cognition and concept of learning also with time. So learning no longer just a modification of behavior, but it's more of a meaning-making process. Whether we involve through curriculum in that process or not, that's important. And the last thing, I will make it short, that curriculum must be for inclusion and humanizing multiple identities. We cannot stick, that's why eclectic curriculum is best. We cannot say that this is the prescriptive curriculum. Unfortunately, some of the agencies even say that even you can't change the name of a course. Name should also be there. So where is the scope of innovation? Thank you. Thank you, because of shortage of time.
Thank you very much. This is very, very interesting. And you really gave us a glimpse of the issues and how we have to think through the future. Thank you very, very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's really my pleasure to introduce my very dear friend and colleague, Professor Dinesh Singh. And if there is anyone suited to speak on innovation and reimagining the future, in this gentleman who's actually always 50 years ahead of our times. I learned it at my cost, and as many others are learning now. He is visiting professor now at the Guru Gobind Singh University, also among the many hats he wears, and he's introduced actually Rukmini also into creating a department which will devote its energies only to innovation. So what the future innovation should be, how teachers should think, how students should think in the future, and how they should be taught various subjects through interdisciplinary means. So that is Dinesh. I will request Dinesh that you give us your mic. 10 minutes. Yeah, 10 minutes. I'm glad he asked himself.
Thank you very much, Najib Bhai. I'm deeply obliged to you for this opportunity, and I hope I can acquit myself well. I heard the previous two speakers, and I feel like a junior judge in a multi-judge bench, जिसका काम बहुत आसान हो जाता है. Once they have delivered judgment, मैं सिर्फ इतना ही कह दूँ कि I conquer, बात खत्म हो जाएगी. पर नजीब भाई छोड़ेंगे नहीं मुझे अगर मैं कुछ बोलूँगा नहीं तो. I have to say something, and it's a delight to be present at this institution. This is the first time I'm speaking. I visited here purely privately, but this is the first time I'm speaking at Jamia Hamdard. I honestly am reminded of this French saying, plus ça change, plus ça la même chose. The more things change, the more they are the same. If we think hard, what is it that's needed for the future? Then my humble opinion is that let's just start living and understanding the present well, and the future will take care of itself. अपने आप सुलझ जाएगा. As little as I've understood education over the centuries, so I speak now of a span of history that goes back to much before the time of Jesus Christ till the present. I have found 4 or 5 principles that permeate education, what I call education. So perhaps I should quickly define education and then illustrate what those processes are that permeate time, the passage of time. And if we can preserve them, then all other things will fall in place no matter what century we are in. So here's my definition of education. Each one of us, I have a very simple definition which I repeat ad nauseum. Each one of us is born with a drumbeat within. And the challenge for each one of us is to somehow discover this drumbeat and then start marching in the real world in harmony with that drumbeat. That's when you start getting educated. That doesn't mean that you will be educated. That's a lifelong process. Never get into this trap कि मेरा education पूरा हो गया है. ऐसा कुछ नहीं होता है. ये जिंदगी भर का सिलसिला है. But at least let's know what the path is. So the thing is to discover your drumbeat. मैं quickly example से illustrate करता हूँ कि Mahatma Gandhi was 7 or 8 years of age. He discovered his drumbeat, which stood with him his whole life. The search for and adherence to truth. How did he discover that? किसी यूनिवर्सिटी या स्कूल में नहीं मिला उनको. ये उनका तजुर्बा कैसे हुआ कि he went to see this play, सत्यवादी राजा हरिश्चंद्र. और जब हरिश्चंद्र की कहानी उन्होंने वहां देखी पहली बार, तो उनके हृदय में उसने कुछ जगा दिया. That evening when he came back, he had found his mission in life. ये उनके खुद के शब्द हैं. और शीशे के सामने उन्होंने खड़े होकर शपथ ली कि for the rest of my life, no matter what I have to do, I will adhere to the truth. And only the truth, and I am ready to pay any price. 7 or 8 years of age, he does that. And now if you look at Gandhi's life after that, it is complete adherence to the truth. Everything else is secondary. If he decided that the English must go away from India, it was because finally the truth dawned on him that they are bad for us. If he decided that we must have khadi and charkha, enormously impressive horns. They're sort of spiral-like things, very large and very pointed. I have hardly ever seen cattle like this in the neighborhood of Delhi.
For questions, there's been a very interesting discussion here from three really luminaries in the field of higher education. So, any questions to any of these people, please? Jeev. Yes,
Yes, yes.
वो माइक ऑन कर दे भाई. इनको भी माइक चाहिए होगा प्रोफेसर मिलने को.
Professor Pillai spoke about collaboration and the benefits of collaborative advantage are well documented in business literature. I'm not aware if that is so in academic literature, but I'm not an academic. But the point I'm making is, the question I'm asking, that to have a strategic approach to harness the benefits of collaboration, you need a structure and you need processes to allow such collaboration to meet data. It shouldn't be that two vice chancellors meet over dinner and they decide that they want to collaborate. There has to be a very formal, structured, strategic approach for meaningful collaborations, whether within the country or with global universities. So can you please let us know what kind of structure exists? Is there a strategic approach, or is there serendipity or chance? And how can we build meaningful collaboration? Thank you.
Thank you. Of course, your question itself is a real statement of the problem. Collaboration, there is no standard prescription for collaboration. By definition, universities are autonomous. There is no more autonomous profession than that of a teacher. The syllabus, of course, in the affiliating system, we say that everything is prescribed by the university. That is definitely there is a prescription. There is a prescription, but that doesn't mean, as a chemistry teacher, I have to take that prescription as such. It is for me to understand how to collaborate. How, for example, what should be the outcome? That is the prescription defined. So, for me as an individual, I should know in chemistry in what way I can collaborate. For example, is it whether I can have a collaboration with the industry, whether it can be a joint thought program with the industry. There are institutions in this country, even with all these limitations which we say, affiliating universities, there are institutions and individuals in this country who are collaborating with industries in a very significant way. Maybe number is less, but there is no institutional mechanism. There is no institutional procedure to do that. Now, that's the point I mentioned. Of course, that's not new. Even in the new education policy says that 40% of the credits can be earned from outside. For the last 50 years, we have been talking about industry-academic collaboration. I take that particular example. Industry-academic collaboration is not just identifying, probably incorporating something in the syllabus and curriculum. We have to design it jointly, and we have to teach it jointly. We have to. There are in this country industry academy joint taught programs, but very limited. Only those who are probably some conviction of courage, they do it. But this has been happening. For example, I was in Germany for my survey. So Germany, of course, skill-based education is one thing, university education is different, that is totally separated. But a large number of people go for the skill-based education. So even in a university only can give you degrees. Even in a university, to get a degree, final degree certified by the president or the vice chancellor of the university, the person can complete the whole courses, get the mark list, every credentials he can get, and he can job work. But only after working in a relevant area in the society or in the industry for 1 year, he is entitled for the degree. Here is the problem. We do not have such a but there are institutions. Even in this country, there are institutions. So the collaboration, this particular point, this is a silver line in the national education policy. If it is going to be, if our institutions are going to be empowered by like that. For example, 50%, 40% of the credits can be earned from industries or civil society organizations, or working in industry, 40% of the credits. That means total degree 40% they can earn the credits. And it can be from the industry. Similarly, for the 4-year degree program, it is suggested that 1 full year can be in a collaborating institution. That is also a system of collaboration. Some institutions started implementing it also. I think there are mechanisms to do that. And as Professor Dinesh Singh rightly mentioned, it is very important to create that culture of innovation, culture of collaboration. That is the most important thing. If you just look at collaboration, Indian scientists are good at collaboration. For example, if you just look at the Nobel Prizes in science, you will see Nobel Prize is it is not just for invention, it's very less, but it is for a systematic work of maybe 600 man years of work, many years of work. That is the average of a Nobel Prize. That means 50 to 60 people, around 50 people, 10, 15 years, that is the type of work involved in a Nobel Prize. If you just look at those two people, 600 years, many years or many years of work, you will see people from India. In all experimental sciences, you will see people from India, 60 to 70% in cases, but they are not in the picture. They are not getting in. So that institutional collaboration. Of course, Professor Dinesh Singh can say more about it. For example, there are also institutions for collaboration in science, in social sciences. When we talk about universities, we are talking about teaching institutions only. But we have, in all ministries I mentioned, there are education wings. There are science academies in this country, social science academies is in the country. Indian Council for Social Science Research is there. ICPR is there. Indian Council for Philosophical Research is there. Sahitya academies are Academy of Letters, Sahitya academies. Central and state Sahitya academies are there. Language, and actually the students who are in the colleges and universities. They should, these institutions are created very specifically for them. For example, somebody will be elected as fellows and all that, I'm sorry. Somebody will be elected as fellows and all that. There are opportunities for students to work with the fellows of the National Academy, all these academies, for 2 to 3 months every year. But only well-endowed institutions, or that only through personal knowledge it is happening. So there are avenues, to put it short, there are avenues of collaboration. It is for us to promote that independent initiative of the student and the young teacher in the college or the university to identify these avenues of collaboration. You asked this question, then I just mentioned a few examples. There are like that. That is why we are thriving even now.
Dinesh wanted to supplement something.
I just wanted to add to it very quickly. As little as I've understood, there are two things that sort of, one, that both impede this kind of thing that you were talking about. Professor Pillai, of course, elaborated at it, then one aspect. You know, I'll quickly narrate, there were two departments at the University of Delhi, one dealing with finance and one dealing with business economics. They were both above and below each other, same building. And both, and this is exactly as it happened, they both came to me one day, differently, one by one, different days. So the finance people told me they have managed to find a university in Italy which is willing to collaborate with them on economics. And the economics people came and told me they found a university in France that was willing to collaborate with them on finance. And I asked them, how about the two of you talking to each other right here in the same building? They were not willing to do that. That's a huge impediment. And the other thing that I've noticed, as little as I understood my own university, and Young Sahab would know much better, there was nothing that prevented us from doing everything that is in the NEP, almost everything. Nothing. It is we who didn't want to do it. मुझे फिर कबीर याद आता है. It's a question of the mindset. माला कहे काट की तू क्यों फेरे मोए, मन का फेर ले तुरंत बिना.
And on that note, I need to conclude this session. I've been getting signals from all across that our time is over. So thank you very much, gentlemen, all the three professors who are here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for concluding the session. May we please request Professor Dr. M. Afshar Alam and General Zamiruddin and Janab S.Y. Qureshi to please join us on the dais to felicitate the panelists. First, we have Dr. Najib Jang, who was the chair for the session and also the moderator. Then we have Professor Dinesh Singh. May we have a huge round of applause for the panelists. Thank you. Then we have Professor Rajshekharan Pillai. And last and not the least, we have Professor Dr. Ijaz Masih with us. Thank you so much for joining for this panel. We'll soon be starting with the session 3rd for the day, which is on the topic Women Education Issues and Challenges. I would request all the attendees to kindly stay back while we begin with the next session. And maybe please request the speakers for the next session to kindly join us on the dais. Professor Dr. Naima Gulrez, Professor Arvinder A. Ansari, Dr. Amna Mirza, Dr. Sufia Khan,
We'll be starting shortly with session 3 of day 1 of the Education Conference 2022 organized by ADU in collaboration with Jamia Hamdard. Session 3 is based on women education, issues and challenges. The panelists for the session, Professor Dr. Naima Gulrez, Professor Arvinder A. Ansari, Dr. Amna Mirza, Dr. Sufia Khan, Professor Dr. Rekha Saxena. During this session, the focus will be on how education can play a vital role in bringing about the desirable changes in society by empowering women and equipping them in terms of competence, capacity and credit. Joining us for the session, we have with us Professor Naima Gulrez, who has served as the professor and chairperson of the Department of Psychology before joining as the principal of Women's College of Aligarh Muslim University in July 2014. Apart from an established academic career, Professor Gulrez has vast experience in education administration. Presently, she is the director, Center for Skill Development and Career Planning, Women's College, Aligarh Muslim University. We welcome you to the panel, ma'am. We also have with us Dr. Arvinder A. Ansari, who is a professor of sociology at Jamia Millia Islamia. Professor Ansari specializes in sociology of ethnicity and minorities, sociology of gender, feminist theory, cultural studies and identity, and sociology of violence. We are pleased to have you with us, ma'am. Joining her is Dr. Sufia Khan, who is an associate professor in the Department of Bioscience and Biotechnology, Banasthali University, India. Dr. Sufia Khan's research interest focuses on the development of cost-effective defluoridization technology for rural as well as urban people. We are pleased to have you with us, ma'am. We also have with us Professor Dr. Rekha Saxena, who is a professor in the Department of Political Science, North Campus, University of Delhi. Professor Saxena specializes in Indian and comparative politics, particularly the study of political institutions, federalism, party politics, elections, and the Constitution. Professor Saxena is affiliated with the Center for the Study of Democracy at Queen's University, Department of Political Studies at the University of Toronto and McGill in Canada. We are pleased to have you with us, ma'am. We also have with us Dr. Amna Mirza, who is an assistant professor of political studies at SPM College, University of Delhi. She is the recipient of many prestigious awards, including the Godfrey Phillips Golden Ovary Award. Ma'am also has more than 8 books to her credit. We welcome you to the panel, ma'am. Moderating this esteemed panel of scholars and leaders, we have Dr. Meher Fatima, Assistant Professor Hilsar, Dr. Nudrat Moini, Assistant Professor SMBS, and Dr. Abru Aman, Assistant Professor, Department of Islamic Studies, will be our rapporteurs for this session. There's just one request I want to make with the moderators to kindly keep track of the time. Thank you, ma'am. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum and good evening. I, Meher Fatma, on behalf of Alliance for Economic and Educational Development of the Underprivileged, in collaboration with Jamia Hamdard, would take this opportunity to welcome our distinguished guest and our panelists here. The topic of the session today, right now, this one, is Women Education Issues and Challenges for the Underprivileged in India. With the permission of the chair, may I begin the session? Thank you, ma'am. The problem of women education in India is one which attracts attention immediately. Despite the recognition of women's status equal to that of men, the majority of them suffer in primitive ignorance as ever before. Illiteracy ignorance is prevalent more in women folk than men folk, and this evil is rampant. It is definite realization that the importance of women in matters of building the character of the citizens, economic reconstruction of the country, and social reforms are dependent on the education sector. In the recent times, we've seen an increased attention being paid to their education. Having established academic institutions and new additions being made continuously, now is the time to discuss the issues and challenges which are being faced by the institution at different levels, such as administrative, legal, science and technology, literature, and social work. Well, I'm addressing our chairperson. Ma'am, you have created a microcosm of women empowerment, a mini world where thousands of women live in campus with all the life-supporting facilities. You have been running this institute for many years. It's an excellent institute. Now, this is, ma'am is the principal of Women's College in AMU. There's a program which runs round the year to support those who have good performance in academics, but due to economic restraints, are not able to study further. There is also a vocational training and skill enhancement center inside the campus apart from the academic programs running. Now these are opportunities for those who may not be inclined towards academics. It helps them create livelihood and sustainable growth. Girls from all parts of the country with different linguistic, social and economic background are in your institute, ma'am. And it is noteworthy that these women are not only Muslim women, but are from different religious communities. Therefore, we would like to know from you, what can you do for girls of other institutes which are not quite well equipped? That is my first question. And there are a couple of questions. Do you want me to club them together, ma'am?
Yeah, or as you like it, I can answer your first question.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Yes.
Esteemed guest and the audience, should I come there?
Yes, ma'am.
First of all, I would like to congratulate the organizers for organizing such a conference on this topic. I can see the stalwarts sitting here. The Vice Chancellors are around here, who is also a junior to me in my university. Our former Vice Chancellor sitting just here, General Zamiruddin Shah Sahab, Zafar Sahab and all the dignitaries here. It is indeed an opportunity to be here, and I feel quite privileged. And I was told to give the brief experience as the principal of Women's College and to throw light as to how this journey has, right from 1902, after Sheikh Abdullah founded this Women's Conference, he was the secretary, and after that, how Aligarh movement has actually helped in the movement to make a reality, this female education or women empowerment to make a reality. So where Sir Syed Sahab left, you all know there are some there's some controversial opinions also, why Sir Syed Sahab was not very much in favor of women education, but that is a different story altogether. The time was such. There are point of views from David Leland and Gail Minault that the women education was not given due importance, but at that time was such, there was so much of opposition to English education. That time it was like being educated means converting to Christianity for Muslim people. So the time was not proper for the founder to speak of female education. So we will not go about that, but where Sir Syed Sahab left, then there are people who started after this All India Muslim Conference, where Sheikh Abdullah was of course the champion of female education, Ghulam Saqlain, Mumtaz Ali, Shaukat Ali, Karamat Hussain, they all had they had started this feeling of nationalism among the females at that time, and Majaz also has said that तेरे माथे पे आंचल बहुत खूब है लेकिन तू इसे परचम बना लेती तो अच्छा था. Similarly, that was the time when this consciousness started among the female. As we all know that education for female was thinking about that was a taboo at that point of time. But Sheikh Abdullah, when he became the secretary of the Female Education Association, he started also a magazine which actually dealt with the women issues. That time to speak of women issues was not very easy. So the Khatun, Risale Khatun, that magazine particularly dealt with the women issues. So that continued for, and we have in our Women's College library, Sir has been very benevolent and very kind, and because of his magnanimity, our library has become very, very rich, and he had sanctioned some very extra amount, and we have digitalized. Sir, you will be happy to know that the numbers of Khatun are now digitalized, and it is available for the international viewers to go through that. So on that, I would like to say that it's a long, long journey. Those of you who have any idea about the female education and the Female Education Association, Sheikh Abdullah was the secretary of the Female Education Association, and that is how in 1904 they started a madrasa for the female, and the first building that is known as the first boarding house for the female student was established, and the wife of the then Lieutenant Governor, Mrs. Potter, inaugurated that building, which is still there now. It is known as the Wahidiya, was the first building. Earlier, 6 girls were there. That it was in Upper Fort, the first school was established, and Sheikh Abdullah's wife used to sit in the buggy and go door to door to bring the students to the college. Earlier, the first batch was 6 girl students. They used to come in Parda in a buggy. Later on, that is how we started our journey. Now you will be happy to know we have more than 3,200 girl students, and we have 7 faculties and 32 departments, 116 staff, teaching faculties, and we have 33 full professors, 46 associate professors, and rest are the assistant professors, and all the infrastructures that a modern educational institution should have. Alhamdulillah, we all have. Sir has added to that. We have an Olympic-sized swimming pool in our campus now. Our founder, he wrote in his autobiography, काश मेरे पास बर्तानिया में जैसे स्विमिंग पूल है वैसे मेरे पास भी एक स्विमिंग होता, मेरी बच्चियां भी उसमें तैरना सीखती. वो करीब 115-16 साल बाद सर ने उस हमारे फाउंडर के ख्वाब को ताबीर दिया, और वो अभी हमारे कैंपस में मौजूद है. उसका सारा क्रेडिट सर ज़मीरुद्दीन सर शाह को जाता है, जो उसके वो इसके अलावा गेम्स के सारे हमारे पास सिंथेटिक जो बास्केटबॉल से लेके हर क्रिकेट, हॉकी, हर चीज़, और हमारी लड़कियां नेशनल और स्टेट लेवल में बखूबी खूब पार्टिसिपेट करने में. दे हैव ब्रॉट लॉरेट टू अस, एंड एनसीसी में हमारा कॉलेज जो है पूरे स्टेट में सबसे आगे. द होल अंडर ग्रेजुएट का C सर्टिफिकेट हम ही लोग देते हैं, टू इंक्लूडिंग टू ऑल द अंडर ग्रेजुएट स्टूडेंट्स जो लोकल कॉलेजेस में हैं. So alhamdulillah, we are doing fine. That starting from 6 students to now 3,000, more than 3,200 students with in the different. We have state-of-the-art computer lab in the college, and we should not be complacent. We have to go miles, we have to move miles away, but the thing is that
we love to know all these the establishment that has been made. We would like to ask you the challenges you're facing.
Yes, the challenges that I am just going to tell you that around 25 to 30, in fact 30%, there was a survey by the reporter of the Times of India, is aware, 35% of the students of our college are first generation learners, and they belong to very low socio-economic strata of the society. 25% of the students, they are the daughters of rickshaw pullers, vegetable vendors, mechanics, technicians, and belong to very first. So that is the challenge before us. And yeah, besides this, imparting education, which Aligarh Muslim University is doing, in Women's College we have a Center for Skill Development and Career Planning. Incidentally, I am the director. The fact is, at present we are running 19 skill training courses in the college. And these courses are open to the bona fide students of the college as well as to the women dropouts who come. We give them training totally free of cost, like in beauty culture, in embroidery, in tailoring, and baking, in many other courses, skill development courses. They come, they learn. We have 1-year courses, 6 months courses, and after learning the skill, say they have now this economic independence is very, very important. Educationally, after being educationally empowered, what about the economic independence? Most of them were not doing nothing, sitting idle, and to the community to which they belong, the priority for girls' education is not, much stress is not given to that. So these girls, after the training, we provide them raw materials free of cost. They get the training. Our instructors, university pay for the instructors. They give training. So after completing their training, then most of our, we are keeping track of their employability, what employability ratio is there to after completing these courses. So most.
Let it be short for everybody so that everybody has a...
Okay. Thank you so much. Please. Okay.
Yes. What is, just one more thing we'd like to know. What is the future that you are
Asking her to stop and asking her to
maybe just what is the future?
Future is I was reading, they are now employed in most of, I will tell you, those who do this, those who have completed their course in most of the beauty parlors in the city. Our students are employed there. In most of the boutiques, our students are employed. Very recently, 2 of the girls from the village, they came from Khair village, nearby village from. They just came and met me, said कि मैडम आपने पहचाना नहीं, मैंने कहा देखा होगा कि मैडम मैंने यहाँ से आपके यहाँ से ब्यूटिशियन का कोर्स किया था, मेरे पास कुछ भी नहीं था, मैं उसके बस में बैठ के आती थी और मैं सुबह से आ जाती थी और मैं शाम वाले बस में जाती थी। अब मेरे पास ये मैं आपसे बताने आई हूँ कि पहले मैंने अपने घर में एक छोटे से कमरे में मैंने एक छोटा सा पार्लर खेला। जो गांव की लड़कियां आती थी मैंने उनके आईब्रोज और फेशियल किए, जो मेरे पास बिल्कुल इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स नहीं थे कोई। बट उसके बाद अब मैंने अपना किराए पे लेके एक खोल लिया। मैं अभी 25 से 30 हज़ार रुपये कमाती हूँ अपने पार्लर से।
Moving to the next speaker, we go Professor Alvinder N. Sari, Madam, is Director of the Center for Study of Social Exclusion and Inclusive Policy and Professor in the Department of Sociology, Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi. Ma'am, women have been given reservation education as well as in other areas. However, their representation in workforce and leadership is still minimal. We keep wondering how much is reservation helping? Is it enough to help achieve equality? If you could deliberate on this observation. Ma'am, you can sit down, I think.
Very good evening, I would say, rather, to all the... I come there, yeah. I think that would be better. Very good evening to people on dais and off dais, and especially my senior colleagues who are here. So, right, because you are really very happy and encouraging when you see your colleagues are there, but it becomes little unnerving also that what do you speak. And I also take this opportunity to thank Professor Afshar Alam, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Jamia Hamdard, and Lieutenant Governor, retired, Mr. Zamiruddin Shah, who has given me this opportunity to be part of this event and share my views. Friends, you know, it's the question that we have now, if we sit back and see 70 years of independence and see where are women standing as far as education is concerned, the theme of this event is very important, that is education and nation building, and it becomes very important after 2 years of pandemic. We are standing on that threshold, and especially when we look at gender. Women, so the fear, the crisis is that all the progress what we have made in these 70 years is at jeopardy. You know, women are the most vulnerable victim, and if I say that being an educated woman, I'm a very, very privileged woman, you know, that is not right. Each and every woman is going through a challenge, and we have different challenges. That challenges are different according to our class, category, region, प्रोफेशन. पर अगर ये कह दें कि औरतों की ज़िंदगी में चैलेंज नहीं है तो चैलेंज है. What you have asked me the question that how reservation has helped. In fact, I would, if I would have known about this question earlier, I would have also liked to share the history of reservation from gender perspective. It's a very, very interesting history, but I'll just give you a brief in a sentence. जब ये पूरी मुहिम रिजर्वेशन की शुरू हुई और जब ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट रिजर्वेशन और अपने कॉलोनियल स्टेट्स को दे रही थी, तो जब हिंदुस्तान में पूछा गया तो सरोजिनी नायडू जैसे लोग जो थे जो फ्रीडम फाइटर में बहुत आगे आगे थे, तो उनका ये जवाब था हमें तो रिजर्वेशन चाहिए नहीं, हमारा मुल्क तो वैसा मुल्क है जो औरतों को बराबरी देता है और जो औरतों के साथ जो औरतों को वो मौका देता है कि वो कंधे से कंधा मिला के चले. दिस वॉज द कंट्री, दिस वॉज द नोशन अबाउट रिजर्वेशन एट दैट टाइम, बट ग्रेजुअली वी सी व्हाट हैपेंड is that in 1975 there is this report which comes from Ministry of Social Justice and Women's Empowerment which tells us where are women, they are not there. वो औरतें जो आज़ादी की मुहिम में कंधे से कंधा मिला के लड़ रही थी, हिंदुस्तानी औरतें जिनका पूरा सहयोग था, वो कहाँ चली गई. दिस वॉज इन इंडिया, बट दिस वॉज द सिनेरियो ग्लोबली इन 1975. देयर वर दिस रिपोर्ट्स एंड देयर वॉज दिस fear that where are women, where women are invisible, what is happening to women. So we see that this whole question about reservation has come. Now very interestingly, the challenges which are there, you know, the socio-cultural milieu, if we look at the policies, right from 1930s we have so many policies, बहुत सारी policies आई, बहुत सारे commissions आए, national education policy 1986, 1992, अभी की भी जो national education policy आई है उसने एक बहुत अच्छी बात कही है कि we will have gender inclusive and we would have gender zones, which is, let's see how it works out, because I am reminded of the words of Easter Bossorov, जिन्होंने ये मसला सबसे पहले उठाया था, जिन्होंने डेवलप्ड नेशंस के साथ काम किया था और उन्होंने जो लोगों का ध्यान खींचा था, इस बात पे खींचा था कि women are very much part of economy. They are there, but they are not acknowledged. Their contribution is not acknowledged. And the bill to acknowledge the household work of women is still pending in our parliament also, because we don't want to acknowledge the contribution they give. So what we have seen, the reports which have come, which talk about the women's reservation. Now what has happened is that there are many forces where we have to fight. The very important is the patriarchy, कि औरतों को नुमाइंदगी तो दी जाती है, क्या उनको वो पावर दी जाती है? Now what is empowerment? We always talk about empowerment. What is empowerment? Empowerment क्या है? Empowerment is a decision making capability, and for that we have reservation, but we have not that infrastructure. We don't have that mindset what Professor Dinesh was talking about, the mindset that we give that equality to women in totality, in practice, in action. There is reservation for women, but still there is a long journey we have to cover. Whatever the reports which we have, we see that the political representation at Panchayat Raj, yes, women have been pushed into governance, but the effectiveness is that when we translate and we give them full-fledged power to work on it. And I'll give you one example. The mindset is very patriarchal. Very patriarchal. When I was going through the literature, because this is a paper which I teach on women and society in my university also. So very interestingly, आपको एक छोटी सी चीज़ के ऊपर मैं ध्यान खींचूंगी. We give child care leave, and we give child care leave to women. We don't give it to men. So the state also thinks that women, the main, the education has been a very, very important चेंज मेकर, इंस्ट्रूमेंटल. और एजुकेशन की जो अप्रोच औरतों को लेके रही है, चाहे वो कस्टमरी है चाहे वो मॉडर्न है, कस्टमरी अप्रोच में भी यही था कि औरतें बेहतर माँ और बीवी बने, तो ये एजुकेशन होनी चाहिए उनकी, वो संस्कारी महिलाएं बननी चाहिए. और मॉडर्न एजुकेशन भी कहती है कि औरत कैसे अपने प्रोफेशनल और पर्सनल रोल को बैलेंस करे. दैट इज़ हर टेस्ट, दैट इज़ हर टेस्ट. And therefore, for reservation to be effective, it has to be accompanied by infrastructure changes, which are very, very important. Now, for instance, politics. Politics, we see that who are the women who get into the politics? Who are the women who get into the politics? The bill for reservation is still pending, but if we look at Panchayati Raj or otherwise we look, is the women who belong to the political family. There are very, very few grassroots women who have come into the politics. And also if we see the reservation, yes, reservation in education field, I would like to give you another example. Girls have come long way. अगर मैं ये कहूँ कि तरक्की नहीं हुई, ये बहुत गलत है, क्योंकि जो आंकड़े हैं मैं बता रही हूँ काफ़ी तरक्की हुई है, और हर साल हम देखते हैं कि लड़कियों का परफॉर्मेंस अच्छा होता है. इस बार भी अगर आप IAS में देखेंगे, श्रुति शर्मा ने टॉप किया और बहुत सारी बच्चियों ने टॉप किया, और हर साल ये रिजल्ट हमें बताते हैं, हमारी क्लासरूम्स हमें बताते हैं कि लड़कियाँ आगे आ रही हैं, पढ़ रही हैं. वो इस हद तक तो नेगोशिएट कर लेती हैं कि वो अपने घर से लड़के बना के अपने पेरेंट्स को यूनिवर्सिटी कॉलेज में दाखिला ले लेती हैं, पढ़ लेती हैं, कैरियर बना लेती है, और फिर जब शादी होती है तो फिर वो पेट्रियार्की की जो थ्रेशहोल्ड है उस पर आके उनको नेगोशिएट करना पड़ता है. ज़रूरी नहीं है कि, मैंने बहुत सारे लेडी डॉक्टर्स को देखा है कि नाइट शिफ्ट में काम करने की इजाज़त उन्हें नहीं मिलती. सो दे हैव टू मेक कॉम्प्रोमाइजेस in their professions, in their careers, because the mindset, the kind of socio-cultural milieu, politically, as we look at the administration, we look at the law, there are many commissions which are coming to empower women. We had Women Empowerment Act 2001, then we had Women's Policy Vision which was 2016, जिसने ये सवाल उठाया कि औरतें STEM में कहाँ हैं. They felt that is science, technology, engineering, mathematics में औरतें नहीं हैं, और जब तक औरतें इसमें नहीं आएंगी तो उनका जो सहयोग है मुल्क के डेवलपमेंट में वो कम रह जाएगा. तो उसको देखा, उसको पूरे इतने 2016 से अभी अगर हम देखते हैं तो उनका नंबर तो बढ़ा है, लेकिन नंबर बढ़ने के बाद सर्वाइव करना is also a very, very important question. And to survive in their career, in their professions, and to meet these challenges, we have to have infrastructures which kind of support them. When I say infrastructure, I remember Professor Mohammed Mia is sitting here, and I would like to share when we were in Jamia. So when there was a group of female colleagues, and we got married, and we were pregnant with our first children. There was no childcare, place in university. And this was something that was missing. ये missing था कि औरतें भी कभी इतना आगे बढ़ेंगी और उनको भी इस तरह की ज़रूरत पड़ेगी. But good that we started and we initiated. Now we have a Greater Philipsborn child care house in our university. So these are the examples, the flexi timings, the other infrastructures which are very important for women to progress and to contribute. Reservation is there, but the environment, the social, political, cultural environment is also very important to take benefit of that reservation.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Absolutely right. Going forward, we have Dr. Sophia Khan, Associate Professor, Department of Bioscience and Biotechnology at Banasthali University, Rajasthan. Dr. Khan is a recipient of many national and international awards, and Dr. Khan's success story was released as a Women Entrepreneur Change in India by NITI Aayog through Honorable Defence Minister Shri Rajnath Singh. Ma'am, both men and women are entwined in the fast-growing technology. It is rather impossible for people to isolate from technological development, yet we find very few women who go into such courses, as ma'am was mentioning the same thing. So your journey is an inspiration.
Thank you so much.
How do you see women in the field of technology, and how do we encourage women's active participation in the field of technology in our country?
Thank you so much. Respected Chairperson and Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir and all the dignitaries who are here. A very good afternoon and salam to each and everyone who are here. I am Dr. Sophia Khan, scientist and teacher by my profession and entrepreneur by my choice, and it's like my life passion. So here I would like to extract my life story in like small things. Like I have an experience more than of 17 years in biotechnology as well as in the water and the nanobiotechnology sector. So 17 years because I belong to a women university, that is the largest residential women university. It is the Banasli Vidyapeeth, which caters the every need of the women. So 17 years back when I joined that university, what I have seen over there are lots of people in the surrounding area has suffered from the problem of fluoride contamination and suffered from the fluorosis. Many university people and the surrounding people has to go through the knee replacement before the age of 40, and especially the young children as a very huge problem despite of so many of the government efforts and the existing advanced technologies like the RO system at our own places. This problem I have seen very closely because my own daughter has suffered from the dental fluorosis. So way back in the year 2010, I took as a research question. Though I like expertise and developed my lab and in the area of the DNA fingerprinting, and I am molecular biologist by nature. But to solve the problem of the fluoride contamination at that time, I took a different path, and I have to develop and cater the like in the area of the nanotechnology. And at that time, the people said that I can't do anything in the area of the water and the nanotech. But I took a different path, and then luckily by God's grace, I got so many of the grants to establish the Center for Excellence, Water and Energy at our own institute. And I got like more than 10 crores of funding, and I am running the like Water Innovation Center at my place, which is a multidisciplinary grant. So in the year 2014 or 15, like in the just I talked with the with my all the women scientists in my lab. So suddenly the one PhD scholar came to me that, ma'am, we are suffered from this problem, that the leaching problem of the nanomaterials and all kind of things. And there is like in front of me there is a tea bags like pouches. So I have given an advice to her why we could not make a tea bags like pouches, that you need to dip it in the water and the fluoride will be removed. And luckily I can say that this idea was struck a lot, and we will be able to publish in the very good scientific journals. And from like at that time, like we published all these scientific credentials of the tea bags like pouches in the 2015 or 16. So this is the same time when there are postdocs in my lab and who came to me because I have an experience to deal the problems of the women in this STEM. So many women could not go outside to pursue their postdocs because of due to the marriage and children and all kind of things. And one day they request me to do something for us. And the second, meanwhile, my peons and also from the surrounding area, vegetable vendors and all kind, you are doing good research and you should do something for us. So when I started the fluoride research, it was kept in my mind that I should develop a technology that it should so simple by nature that it do not require any technical specifications and not complications, that every villagers, every single person can utilize it. So, or for making simple things in the science, it becomes more difficult. To make the things complicated, it's very easy to make large machines, buildings and all kind of things. But to make it so simple, it's like a huge amount of the toil. Your creativity is required in that process. And luckily with the, by Allah's grace and with the efforts of last many years with my team, that we came out with a very good, smart, universal platform nano rod that is equipped with the sensor. So it's like this process that you have to just dip in the water and the fluoride will be removed like this. So it got so many of the grants, and for this, for the creating of the women empowerment and to solve the problem of the fluoride, because there are two motivations to do that only, that I want to see the impact of my science in the surrounding area. So I took this problem, and to solve this problem, I do not know at that time that I have to do a lot of work, that I have to make the collaborations with not only with the physics people, chemistry, chemical engineering. And when I started over there, because most of the things are available at the IIT levels and all kind of things, but in the tier 2, tier 3 universities, there are not any policies or good policies, I can say. We need lots of things to be done at that time. And what I did, I do not clear in my mind what should I do at that time. How can one professor and scientist could be an entrepreneur and could go further for the commercialization journey. So I have 2 points, either I will transfer the technology or either with another point that I should open the spin-out gun. So for spin-out that you have to be because more commercialization aspects. Yeah, so many of the women participating. So the thing is that I created the spin-out company for two things. For creating the more women empowerment, not only in the high-tech sciences, people, women from the postdocs, PhD, but from the weaker section also too. So I did two things that I have taken the different path, and I established the Drumlins Water Technologies Private Limited in year 2019. And at that time, I do not know that how to establish a company and how can a professor can establish a company. Because my intentions were very clear, so I took the opportunity in the Oxford, and I went there, and their professors from mentored me a lot, and it cleared my path of the whole commercialization journey, and the next 10 years has been completely cleared in my eyes. And the path is I did the things that I have been able to implement is this in the university level, and that for this grant, I have to write so many of the grants, and luckily for this, I wrote the R&D grants, and I have established the Water Innovation Center, which is of 5.65 crores, because for solving any local problem, you need the collaborations. We are talking the collaborations, and we did it we are doing. And the things are we collaborate with the different people, and from the smaller university, when you are from the biotechnology, and when you are mentoring the students from the physics, they laugh to us. How then ma'am can take a PhD student from physics, from chemistry and all kind of things. But ऐसा होता है कि जब आप कर रहे होते हो and you are confident on your path, so nothing can stop you. So I make the policies, and whatever at the stages in my life, this company got so many of the awards, and I'm rich. I can say that many women are working in that. I'm proud to say that, and local people and local women are also working in that. Different NGOs, different business partners, and with all God grace, I'm able to launch this product within the 6 months with the Tata Swatch also. So this is the way in which I am going through, and there are lots of other technologies which we have developed in our lab, and that are also ready for the commercialization prospects. But during this process, what I have seen that lots of women in the STEM, especially the science, engineering, technology, and mathematics, they faces lots of problems. We talk so many of things in the thin air actually, and there is the ground reality is that there is something need to be done. And at every stages, the struggles I have faces, I make the policies in our university. And I try to solve it by my own. And I take that path, like for example, I got married and I did my PhD with 2 small kids. And there is a gap in the 2 years or 3 years in my career. So I request the DST to why do not start this type of policies. And I wrote the different suggestions time to time, and now these days, like DST has several options: Department of Science Technology, WOS, A scheme, B scheme, and C schemes. People are aware of it. So in this manner that we are moving, and the one thing I would like to say, we need more men to support the women at every front, from the father angle, from the husband angle, and most important from your boss angles too. Because when they are more powerful, they become insecure actually. So the women are already empowered actually, and they need only and only the support. उनके जो है चीज़ें, उनके ब्रैकेज चीज़ें हटाई जाए, और तो वो ऑटोमेटिकली आगे जाएंगे. और मैं हमेशा कहती हूँ, इफ़ यू हैव एन पैशन एंड ड्राइव, है ना, आपको पत्थर को अगर आपको पानी के बहाव है आप में और उसको कोई रोकेगा तो रास्ता तो वो खुद बना लेगा. आपको सिर्फ पत्थर हटाने हैं. So man can help in removing the pebbles in the land of the woman, and that I only can say that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We've reached the question already there. We go Professor Rekha Saxena from Department of Political Science, University of Delhi. Ma'am, I've got a question for you. Glass ceiling is something that all women encounter. Glass ceiling is something that all women encounter as we move up the career ladder. What changes are required in our education system to deal with this problem?
Okay, thank you so much. A very good evening to everyone. To begin with, I would like to thank the organizers, Alliance and Jamia Hamdard, Honorable Vice Chancellor. It is always a pleasure to come back to Jamia Hamdard because I've taught here for 2 years. So, and after that, I joined Delhi University Department of Political Science. So, I have been teaching in DU for almost 25 years. So, I have, and I studied there, you know, from 86 till date, you know, I've been in DU. And there are a lot of challenges that I've faced and I've seen in DU as a student, as a teacher. And I think the most important reform that is needed, you know, is in the education system as far as women is concerned. And I'm telling you with regard to Delhi University is that, and other universities also, I think that women should come forward. They should play a leadership, give leadership. Not only in politics but also in administrative positions. In Delhi University, you know, I teach at master's level and there are more girl students than boys. But still, in the faculty also there are more, you know, male colleagues than female colleagues. And same is at the administrative position, there are very few females. And I just want to share my personal experience that I've been, people think I'm so empowered. I've been teaching for 25 years in the university. And in the university department, 10 years as professor, but my seniority was bypassed by 3 colleagues and I had to fight for my right, and I had to fight a writ petition in the High Court, you know. And after that, Delhi University, you know, EC adopted the CAS 2018 rules, and even my senior professorship is not been processed, and I've been getting pressures from everywhere that I should withdraw the case, then they will promote me to senior professor. But as a nothing doing, it's a question of my dignity as women. So I think they have to give a leadership role because they can, you know, become role models for others because they are not only homemakers, but they can prove to be good professionals, and they are multitaskers by temperament, women. So I think that is the most important thing I would like to share. Secondly, I think the concern of the research scholars and ad hoc teachers, temporary teachers, guest teachers, that is very important. And one of my co-panelists mentioned about this maternity leave. And I often see these problems being faced by research scholars. One of my doctoral students, she had submitted her, she wanted to submit her PhD, but she had completed the 5 years time. And that time this maternity rules were not there. It was 10 years back. And then I had to fight in the BRS that, even research scholars, they need this maternity leave. And same with ad hoc teachers. In the department, we have so many ad hoc colleagues, female ad hoc colleagues, but when they go on for this, they are pregnant and they go on leave. There's no such provision for leave. Then informally we make arrangements to adjust them, accommodate them so that they don't lose their job. And but recently, since last year, we have in DU also we have adopted this 6 months of this maternity leave, but on certain conditions. And then same is the case with permanent positions. I remember in one of the colleges of DU, one of our former head wanted to appoint a very good women candidate, but the college was very much against that candidate because she was pregnant. And they said once she will join, she'll go on leave. So, but then he insisted, no, the pregnancy is not a disease. So, I think this is rules, some kind of rules to protect women. That is very important. Then another important concern or reform that we need to make is regarding safety of women in academic spaces. And so much has been done, so many commissions, and after this Vishakha judgment, a lot has been done. There has to be this sexual harassment committee at workplace, and also gender sensitization committee. I am also member of that committee. But to be in reality, I would say there's not much. There's a much gap between reality and what exists on paper. So there has to be more stringent laws. Laws are there. We have very good laws on paper. But in reality, in implementation, that has to be, taken care of. And in DU also, I've seen so many cases where, complaints are filed. But even my colleagues or university, they try to protect their male colleagues. So nothing happens. Students, they file complaint against male colleagues. And I've seen head of the department just tearing off the paper and throwing it in the dustbin. So we have to become more gender sensitive, and many female scholars, they like to work under male colleagues. They feel more safe. So that safer environment for women, that has to be there, I think. Then another important point that I would like to say, during COVID, especially when we had online classes, there was a lot of discussion for the first time about women's health, mental health. And because women, they were doing double work. They were doing domestic work and also teaching or doing research online. So there was they were mentally so much stressed out. First time there was so much talk about women's health during COVID. So that is good. So I think women's health, that is very important, and some policies need to be made. And even crutches, in university and colleges, there are no crutches. So women, they have to leave their kids at home. So we need to think about that also. And finally, I think in the new education policies, one of my co-colleague also mentioned about that. I think there's a lot of flexibility. It's both good and bad, in the sense that on one hand, you have flexibility that women can make a balance between work and home. They can, because there are multiple exist points. But on the other hand, it has led to more dropouts. So, and I'm associated with Pragatishil Mahila Sangathan for last 30 years. And we have been working for women relating to school dropouts and all. So I think that is an important concern. But, so these are some of the suggestions, but I think new education policy is good, and there's more gender zone, talk about gender zone. So I think that is able to protect the interest of women. I was told that I should be crisp and try to complete in 5 minutes. So I think Thank you so much.
Next we have Dr. Amna Mirza with us. She's an assistant professor of political science, political studies at SPM College, University of Delhi. Ma'am is an academician, author, social entrepreneur, curator of ideas. You have acquired an enormous wealth of knowledge and experience from top academic institutions in India and abroad. With conviction, I can say that the mindset of India has to change, and it should keep pace with the march of time. Despite acknowledging the need to acquire technological competency, there still exists a notion that women are more suited to disciplines like art and literature. So my question to you, ma'am, is what kind of motivational drives can be used to attract women to acquire technological competencies, and how to bridge the gap between the privileged and underprivileged women, and what kind of remedies would you recommend? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very good evening, adab, namaskar to each and all. Thank you so much for having me here. I was told yesterday only that I'm supposed to be here. Gratitude, thank you so much Alliance, Jamia Hamdard, Adarni Vice Chancellor Sahab, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. जो आपने मुझे विषय दिया है आज इस समय कि महिला की प्रगति को मैं तकनीक के साथ, तकनीकी जो उदय हो रहा है उसके साथ मैं समझूं। मैं पूरी कोशिश करूंगी, पूरी ईमानदारी से अपनी बात को छोटा रखूं, कम और जो समय आपने दिया उसके साथ रखूं, एंड आई बी बाइलिंगुअल। The great African proverb said that when you educate a woman, you educate an entire nation. And to add to that, what Brigham Young says that when you educate a woman, you educate an entire generation. तो एक बात तो सहमत है कि past, present और future में that women education is definitely needed. While moderator ma'am was introducing me about the academic credentials, मैं पूरी ईमानदारी के साथ बताना चाहती हूँ कि जीवन में कई सारे मसलिहात थे, आसान नहीं था जैसे आपने शब्द उपयोग करा elite या prestigious institutions में, लेकिन यह सौभाग्य हुआ कि आदरणीय प्रोफेसर रेखा मैम जैसे सुपरवाइजर्स मिले, जिस प्रकार से महात्मा गांधी जी ने कहा है लर्न एज इफ यू वर टू लिव फॉर एवर। मैं मेरी सुपरवाइजर ने मुझे सदा जब भी मैं डिपार्टमेंट जाती थी किसी भी विषय को लेकर उन्होंने मुझे यही मार्गदर्शन दिया। आज हमारे बीच काफ़ी सारे साथी हैं और एक बात तो स्पष्ट रूप से है कि विमेन एम्पावरमेंट की लड़ाई केवल महिला अकेले नहीं लड़ सकती। Just like not every woman is a feminist, similarly not every man is a misogynist. इस आगे के रास्ते में हमें पुरुष का भी सहयोग चाहिए। तो आज जब हम अपने घर वापस जाएं तो हमें इस बात में तो एक आम सहमति बनानी है कि अब बदलती हुई परिस्थिति में, क्योंकि अब ज्ञान एक शक्ति का स्रोत है, तो जो महात्मा गांधी जी ने कहा, जो मेरी आदरणीय सुपरवाइजर साहब ने मुझे हमेशा सिखाया, लर्न एज इफ यू वर टू लिव फॉर एवर। आसान नहीं होता है कोई भी रास्ता, कोई भी तरक्की या कोई भी बदलाव। जब आज हम वुमेन इन एजुकेशन को देख रहे हैं और उसके साथ तकनीक को जोड़ रहे हैं, मैं बताना चाहती हूँ कि आज जो एजुकेशन सिनेरियो है, वी हैव टू सिचुएट इट इन द बिगर फ्रेमवर्क ऑफ नॉलेज इकोनॉमी। टुडे नॉलेज एंड इंफॉर्मेशन आर ड्राइवर्स ऑफ ग्रोथ एंड प्रोग्रेस। ये जो ज्ञान का सृजन है, इसमें आज बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभानी है महिला को, और इस ज्ञान के सृजन में सबसे एक निसंदेह एक इम्पॉर्टेंट यंत्र है तकनीक। ये तकनीक सदा थी, यदि उसमें नहीं जाएंगे औद्योगिक क्रांति की किस प्रकार से 4 इंडस्ट्रियल रेवोल्यूशन रहे, लेकिन स्टीम इंजन से लेकर ऑटोमेटिक पावर से लेकर इंटरनेट से लेकर, लेकिन आज का जो औद्योगिक क्रांति है वो हम सबके जीवन से जुड़ा हुआ है। हम ज़्यादा फैक्ट्रीज की ओर ना देखें, हम अपने मोबाइल व स्मार्टफोन की ओर देख लें, वो हमें एक जरिया दिखाता है दैट वी कैन समवेयर थिंक अबाउट अ न्यू एवेन्यू टुगेदर। इट इज़ वेरी एसेंशियल दैट टुडे we must think about important areas wherein we can incorporate women into these new avenues of entrepreneurship, of ideas curation, of so many other things wherein they can be more productive. And herein once again it is essential to do a SWOT analysis. जैसे आदरणीय रेखा मैम बता रही थी कि DU में काम करना बहुत सुंदर उत्सव होता है, बहुत सुंदर होता है, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं महिला के लिए हर वर्क प्लेस पर चीज़ें आसान और सरल भी नहीं होती हैं। तो जो स्वामी विवेकानंद जी ने कहा था कि अराइज अवेक एंड स्टॉप नॉट अंटिल द गोल इज रीच। मेरे PhD में बहुत सारे मसले थे, बहुत सारी तकलीफें देखी, लेकिन मेरे साथ ऐसा गुरु था जिसने कभी भी मुझे रुकने को नहीं कहा। So now today when we look at the bigger SWOT analysis, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities and threats with respect to the topic that you have given me, technological revolution. सूफिया मैम ने बिल्कुल बहुत बताया कि आज IT को लेकर महिला किस प्रकार से एक अपने अंदर एक रोल मॉडल, एक इंस्टीट्यूशन अपने अंदर से स्थापित कर सकती है। लेकिन यहाँ पर अगेन नॉट गोइंग बाय एनी काइंड ऑफ बायसेस, वेस्ट या ईस्ट को देखें, पूरब या पश्चिम को देखें, मशरिक या मगरिब को देखें। यूरोपियन यूनियन की एक रिपोर्ट है कि आज भी यदि हम 1/6 का आंकड़ा देखें तो मात्र 17% औरतें, बहुत कम है, नई औद्योगिक क्रांति का हिस्सा बन रही हैं। एंड द सेम अगेन अप्लाइज टू द सिचुएशन गेट्स doubly challenged with respect to developing countries, what Arvind Ansari ma'am was also talking about, that we have to understand that how patriarchy definitely affects not only the mindset, but this mindset definitely plays another important role with respect to availability of opportunities and infrastructure for women concerns. UN Women 2020 की report है that again when you look at the digital revolution, there are important challenges that one has to address with respect to not only gender equality but also ensuring that the new engine of globalization, आज वैश्वीकरण का एक नया रूप आ गया है, globalization 4.0, पहले जो विकास और वैश्वीकरण और वैश्विक विस्तार की जो कड़ियाँ थी, कहीं ना कहीं अगर हम लेबर मार्केट को देखें, हेल्थ इंडस्ट्री को देखें, एजुकेशन को देखें, महिला को लेकर विकास हुआ है, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं कहानी उतनी उत्तम नहीं हो पाई जितना होना चाहिए था. नाउ टुडे व्हेन वी लुक एट दिस बिगर पिक्चर ऑफ जेंडर गैप, what could be the policies implementation, or perhaps what could be the ways wherein we can overcome them? Firstly, it is essential that there is a need for better synergies, and by better synergies I mean that of course आप और मैं हम सब बात कर रहे हैं women empowerment की, digital literacy की, महिला को कानून बदलती हुआ, आज कानून हर समय बदल रहा है. अगर आज हम सुबह उठते हैं तो हमारा मोबाइल भी रोज सुबह हमसे कहता है कि you have to reformat your phone. तो आज जब जीवन की कहानी हर घड़ी बदल रही है, and of course there are efforts also to tackle to that. What is essential here is better synergies. Then अभी हाल फिलहाल में हमने दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी के इंस्टीट्यूशन ऑफ एमिनेंस में एक फैकल्टी रिसर्च प्रोजेक्ट का पूरा करा है, जिसमें हमने यही बात करी कि इंटरनेट यूजेस से रूरल और अर्बन दोनों स्ट्राटा को देखते हुए क्या कुछ लाभ हुआ है या कुछ हानि हुई है. थोड़ा सा अपने रिसर्च से आपके बीच बताना चाहूँगी दैट व्हेन वी लुक एट द विमेन फ्रेमवर्क, अगेन बोथ एट रूरल एंड अर्बन एरियाज, 3 important issues were there. Firstly, of course इंटरनेट का उदय है, टेक्नोलॉजी का उदय है, लेकिन इक्विटी आज भी है, विषय है. घर में शायद आज महिला के पास शायद कुछ अन्य और गतिविधियां हैं, कुछ अन्य और challenges हैं wherein she has to adjust to. Then issue of accessibility and sustainability. But the way forward for this issue of bridging the digital divide with respect to empowerment of women, with respect to better incorporation of women issues with the rise of knowledge economy, even the new National Education Policy 2020 also talks about these important framework from National Technology Forum coming up, National Mentoring Mission, and कहीं ना कहीं इन सब में तकनीक का एक बहुत important उदय का, एक important use की बात है. So it is essential that women alone ये अकेली लड़ाई नहीं लड़ सकती. So I urge upon everyone that let's amplify the support, let's make collective efforts, क्योंकि जीतेंगे हम ये वादा करते हैं, और महिलाओं से कहूँगी कोशिश हमेशा ज़्यादा करते हैं. इन्हीं बातों के साथ मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम देती हूँ. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, धन्यवाद, आपने मुझे बुलाया. धन्यवाद. जय हिंद.
Thank you, Mr. True motivation to see the guru and disciple right here sharing the stage, and both are women. So this is a very good example of sustainability, I think. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much.
It's a very proud moment for a supervisor that she has been one of my brightest students. Thank you.
Yes. Oh, wow. All right. So because we don't have time, we just have 10 minutes in hand, I would like to open the floor for questions from the audience. We can take, I think, 2 questions. Yes, please.
Salam, there is no time to answer the question. So I teach at the university in Kolkata. I head of the Department of Journalism and Mass Communication there, Kagya University. That too is a minority institution. My question is very specific. I've been there for the last 8 years, and for every consecutive term, a girl has topped the class. However, when you look at the situation in terms of employability, I mean, let us just look at the figures, the distant figures, post-pandemic, like when there was a representation of women, in the workforce at 25% pre-pandemic, say in 2010, and 2020 it's dropped down to 19%. So rather than going forward, we are going backwards. And when we talk about the outcome-oriented course curriculum, we don't see a kind of a resonance in terms of could you get to jobs.
Just come to the question.
Yeah. So my question is, how can a forum like ADU facilitate or negotiate in terms of making women, rather than being job creators, like Ma'am talked about entrepreneurship,
Edu is going to, has already addressed the problem. We are going to facilitate the education of women, teach them entrepreneurial skills. That's important. We need more women in the MBA courses. We need more women in all departments. And the moment that comes in, I think this problem will be solved. It's not going to happen overnight. Because the whole mindset of Indian society has to undergo reorientation. For example, induction of women in the armed forces. We have to reorientate the way men perceive women. I mean, it was unheard of a village man, soldier, getting orders from a women officer. But it happened. And it happened very successfully. So I think if we change the mindset of, or reorientate, I won't say change, of the males in the country, I think this problem will be resolved. But it's going to be a long process. It's not going to happen overnight, but it will happen.
I would like to add to it. What you have said is relevant. But the very important thing is that women is a diverse category. She's not a homogeneous. There is a lot of heterogeneity. So bottom-up approach. We need more researches which tell us that what is the need. Because, class is very important. What she is talking is digital divide. Digital, we are privileged. We have new mobiles and we can keep replacing our mobiles. But think of what she is talking about, girls who had to forgo. Let me give you a small example. When we had this online classes, immediately we shifted to online classes. There was a very bright girl who used to attend my classes. So I didn't see her. I said, what happened? I called her up and said, why you are not attending my class? She said, ma'am, because of lockdown, we have only one mobile is not working and my brother has to work online. Now tell me, your class is more important or the bread and butter of the family is more important? So that stand positionality, what is lacking in our researchers is that we don't understand this bottom-up approach. We feel कि ये तुम्हारे लिए अच्छा है, नहीं. आपको क्या चाहिए, हम आपकी capability, because that is what science and technology is talking about. Science, technology, innovative policy is saying that it is very important that we use science and technology to emancipate women. उनकी जो drudgery है, उससे उनको हम कैसे बाहर ला सके, उसको जो लकड़ी काट के लाती है, जो कोयला जलाती है, उससे हम पहले उसकी ज़िंदगी में एक intervention करें, ज़िंदगी को सुधारें, उसको वो time दें जहाँ वो पढ़ सके. So that is very important, and unless and until we do that kind of intervention, we won't be changing the situation of women, and that is, we need to...
I've got another point. The poor housewife does more than probably the husband throughout the day.
Working hours of women
She's the first to rise and the last to sleep.
Yes.
If the husband shares a little bit of the household load, it will relieve the housewife of a lot of things. And I'm a firm believer in that. The husband has to reorientate the way he has to share the child.
उसकी माँ को उसका सोशलाइजेशन करना होगा बचपन से कि कोई काम मर्दाना और औरत का नहीं होता, except for giving birth. Everything can be done by men and women. They can, mothers have as an agency of socialization to change. कि अपने बेटे को जब परवरिश कर रही है तो उसको बोले कि हर काम की उतनी डिग्निटी है.
It will come.
Yeah,
it will come with education.
It has.
And that's what Edu is going to do.
Yeah.
There are 2-3 points I would like to add. So we need role models not only for the women but for the men to support the women. Because my husband is an ideal example who supported me throughout my journey. So I am really grateful to him. But I saw so many of these in the society that most of the women do not feel so privileged and not been so many times they suffered a lot. So this is the first problem. And second, I would like to address science, how I could do for the underprivileged, how we could add on. So I can give my example because I am the place which is like rural society is there. So what I did that we have also run the Women Technology Park of the DSC. And
and we converted our technologies in so simple process that any rural woman can generate their livelihoods. So we did it with our UGC project like Yodoba, in which we have tell them how to do the extracting the oil of the Yodoba and do the enterprises, and it is successful in the 6 to 7 years first. And second, I am in the process because I am involved in the my enterprises that I took the raw materials like the Jojoba and all kind of things, and I take the help from the rural community. So indirectly, you are taking women in the center stages, whether it is from every level. And third most important thing, being as a woman, you should not be victim actually. आपको खुद को कॉन्फिडेंस होना चाहिए. जैसे आप मैंने देखा है कि वर्क प्लेस पे आते हैं और आपके बच्चे हैं, आपके ये है वो, आप एक्सप्लेनेशन मतलब बहुत सारे एक्सक्यूजेस देते हैं. तो मुझको एक चीज़ समझ आती है कि आप अगर वर्क प्लेस पे दोनों एक सेम है तो आप बिहेव प्रोफेशनली करें और थोड़ा इंटीग्रिटी के साथ. सेकंड चीज़, हमें फीमेल्स के लिए सपोज मेरे भी बच्चे थे सब कुछ था, तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है जैसे हमने प्रेयर रूम्स यूनिवर्सिटी में खोले हैं, तो क्यों नहीं हम एक ड्रेस रूम, एक फीडिंग रूम जो है एक जो है फीमेल्स के लिए करते हैं तो और एक फुल टाइम मेड रखते हैं वहाँ पर, ताकि अगर वो नहीं आई है तो अपने बच्चे को वहाँ छोड़ के वो 9 बजे तक अपनी ड्यूटी देने आ पाए. तो वी हैव टू क्रिएट द सपोर्टिंग सिस्टम रादर देन हम उसको जो है बड़ी बातें करें. तो आई थिंक like given these kind of things, you have to create the system that supports the woman, because thinking all the time in the workshops is nothing. मतलब मेरे को तो नहीं लगता कि कुछ काम होता है. Women are already empowered.
Just I want to add one thing. Jamia Hamdar we are doing practically this conference totally organized by women. 85% women in this community, only 15% male educated. And 50% dean are women, and we do lot of activities. So we are not talking activities, we are talking conference.
This is an example of our
And we need people like you in the country more and more, and you are the example in front of us who supports the women at every level, and I'm very grateful on the behalf of everyone.
Thank you. Can I add? I just want to add something to what you said about the representation of women has to be there everywhere. And Delhi University is celebrating centenary year, and you'll be surprised to know there has never been a women vice chancellor in Delhi University. So I think there has to be, women has to be there in higher positions, so that they can represent them better. So that is one. And another point, JNU, but Delhi University, I'm telling you about. बाप की बारी है. And NGO ka I was telling you, but we have also adopted a girl child at home, and so that is a way. I think instead of preaching, charity starts at home. So we thought so we adopted a girl child, and that is one way we are trying to educate her and improve her life. So that is.
About this, you were talking about how to use this. During this pandemic, or due to online education, most of our students could not attend classes. As you had told, the only mobile the brother used to have, the sister didn't have the mobile. So we appeal to our alumni, and we will be happy to know that we could distribute 600 tablets to the underprivileged girls and boys. We got more than 60 lakhs of rupees from our alumni contributors. And all the needy students of our college, they got the tablets who can use their online classes. So this is how we could make up. But this is true that when you say that 100 years of there is no representation, like you just pointed out, that is true. But I think if in the community, I congratulate the Vice Chancellor of Jamia Hamdar for giving the entire responsibility to the female. That is how it is. Well organized. In the community, in all the committees that we make, and if there is only one female, that will bring a change. Even one member, female member, will bring the change in the community. This is what happened when this human rights charter was made. This draft committee was there. Mrs. Mehta was the only female member in the committee, and it was declared the first time that all men are equal.
Jamia Hamdard has taken care. And it's a privilege for all of us that we can, definitely keep our children close to us during our work hours as well. Well, we have, I think, one more question from sir, please.
I am thankful to all the panelists, but I have one observation that all of you talk about the urban youth.
Yes.
People who are already in the university, who are in the colleges, and they constitute less than 1% of the Indian population. I know in villages, women have no right to cast their vote of their own choice. It is the principle who guides them, whom to vote or whom not to vote. So, except a builder, she talked of some women bringing nothing from the present, from the family. But what is your observation about the 99% of the women?
That's what
they have no rights, and you are still enjoying her rights.
Thank you so for your question. Now, one more question.
Is that what about those 90%?
What about the 90%?
Ma'am, can we take one more question from ma'am, and then we can answer the questions together and close the session, because we are already short of time.
Thank you.
Ma'am is requesting for a question. Thank you so much, sir. Ma'am would like to, we'll take one more question, please.
Regarding this 1/4 is a family problem, we in God's Grace School and the principal of God's Grace School, we also have these problems when we started these online classes after the pandemic. So the girls then is not attending the classes. So we invited the parents and we said, what is going on? Then they said the same thing. That ma'am is only one phone and the boys are attending online classes. He said, no. You divide the timings between girls, daughters, and sons. Like school starts at 7:30. So 3 hours to girls and the remaining hours to boys. So in this way, we try to solve these problems. But yes, it was a problem.
Ma'am, what I had told you was about the bread and butter. The son was doing online job. So, the question when it comes to bread and butter, the women's education gets backstage.
And school starts at 7:30 and those who are going earn bread and butter. Normally they go at 10 o'clock or 10:30. So if there is a will, there is a will.
That's what, this whole...
They want that the girls should attend the class. They can get the
I would like to respond what Arisa was saying. That is what I was saying, that when we talk about women is not homogeneous category. We here are sitting are very, very privileged in the sense that we have education, we have very good supporting families, and that's why we are here and we are. But the reality is that the women who are living in villages, who don't have access to clean water, who don't have access to firewood, who don't have, it's a major reality, and that is what the science and technology has to be used. What has happened, why I said that we need more researches which point about the stand positionality about the women, because I just want to give you an example. I was traveling from Chandigarh to Delhi and I met a health officer. The question of accessibility, availability and adaptability is very, very important. When we talk about development, कौन उसको access कर सकता है, किसके लिए वो available है, ये बहुत important है और ये हमारे development में कहीं ना कहीं gender missing है. We don't think of that large women for whom we are talking about development. हम उसके बारे में नहीं सोचते हैं. उसकी ज़रूरतें क्या है, उसकी मुश्किलात क्या है, उसको कैसा infrastructure है, that is missing. One example, I was coming and this health, a person from health ministry was traveling with me. So I asked him, we were having a conversation, and उसने कहा कि मैं अभी आ रहा हूँ विलेज का दौरा करके और बड़ी मुश्किल है मैडम, हम तो फ्री कैंप चला रहे हैं और औरतें नहीं आती हैं. तो मैंने कहा औरतें क्यों नहीं आती हैं आपके पास, क्या वजह है अभी? बोले देखिए 9 से 1 हम बैठे रहते हैं, वो फिर क्वैट्स के पास जाती है. वो क्वैट्स के पास क्यों जाती है? 9 से 1 जब तुम वहाँ बैठे, उसका हस्बैंड जो है वो खेत में जा रहा है, बच्चा स्कूल जा रहा है, वो बर्तन भाटा कर रही है, तो उसको 4 बजे ही टाइम मिलेगा. 4 बजे तुम्हारी दुकान बंद हो गई है तो वो क्वैट के पास नहीं जाएगी. So these are realities. So lived experiences of women have to be captured. Intervention from science and technology, what she said, is very important. Creating that kind of environment would make changes. And another thing which I really want to say is that when we discuss about women, we are not kind of creating a gender divide. Gender divide will lead us nowhere. It has to be a struggle where we have to be equal partners to build a gender equal society.
Sufia ma'am, can I have your number?
Thank you so much, the distinguished panelists, and I would thank you so much.
Thank you so much to our esteemed panelists for.
I'm very sorry that I have to interrupt in between.
For a cathartic and a very practical session on the question of women's issues and challenges. I now want to call upon stage Ms. Hina Parveen, teacher at Kalka Public School and also the First Lady of Jamia Hamdard, on stage to provide the memento to our panelists. And joining her would be Dr. Zeenat Iqbal, Associate Professor and the Organizing Secretary of this event. May we please have you on stage, ma'am.
I'm just tempted to pitch in a bit here. I think the session was amazing. We would require more sessions on these issues and maybe open discussions and all. But I would like to end it on a very poetic note, the couplet from Kaifi Azmi. तू हकीकत भी है दिलचस्प कहानी ही नहीं, तेरी हस्ती भी है एक चीज़ जबानी ही नहीं, अपनी तारीख का उन्वान बदलना है तुझे, उठ मेरी जान मेरे साथ ही चलना है तुझे. It has to be both male and women. You cannot have a gender divide. It is men like these who are sitting in the hall who will be there with us, who had been with us in form of fathers, brothers and husbands, and we look forward to that orientation as Shah sir just pointed out. Thank you so much. It was a riveting session and we are honored to have all of you here. I think we carry on with the presentation. Thank you so much.
First up, we'll be presenting the memento to the chair of the session, Professor Naima Gulrez.
खड़े हो जाते हैं एक बार.
Let us have more males in the dais.
Next up, we have Professor Arvinder Ansari. Then we have Dr. Sufia Khan. Yes, you reversed it. May we also please present the memento and planter to Professor Dr. Rekha Saxena. Can we have a huge round of applause for all of them? Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us for this session. We would now take a quick tea break and join us here in the same hall for the last and final session for the day, which is the future of Madrasa education. And may we also request everyone to join us for a group photograph. Sir, if you would like us to join us on the stage, thank you.
Tughlaq Port is very near to Jamia Hamdard. Even Tughlaq, the large city, organized Muslims and non-Muslims, all of them were allowed to enroll in madrasa and get education. But due to different historical reasons and circumstances, now people have got this opinion that madrasa is something specific to a particular religion, or it has got some strange knowledge syllabus. In order to remove that myth and in order to ponder over what is the role of madrasa in strengthening the nation, मुल्क की तामीर में मदरसे का क्या किरदार है और मुस्तकबिल मदरसे का क्या होगा, इस अहम गुफ्तगू के लिए हमारी आखिरी नशिस्त है. I would first request Dr. Sayyid Zafar Mahmood Saab, if he is here, to please come on the stage. Sir will be presiding over this session. The sir is here. Dr. Sayyid Zafar Mahmood Saab, President Zakat Foundation. Next we have got Dr. Abdul Qadir Saab, Chairman Shaheen Group of Foundation. Maulana Huzaifa Ghulam Muhammad Vastanvi Saab, Jamia Islamia Ishatul Ulum, Akkal Kola, Maharashtra. Professor Muhammad Mia Sir, former Vice Chancellor Manu, Hyderabad. Sayyid Mahmood Akhtar Saab, IRS retired Joint Secretary, Government of India. Professor Madhav Das Nalpat from Manipal University. Dr. Khaja Shahid Saab, former Pro Vice Chancellor and officiating Vice Chancellor Manu. So I would request you to please come on the stage. Professor Khaja Shahid Saab. Dr. Babli Parveen, Assistant Professor, University of Delhi. And the session would be moderated by Abdul Wadood Sajid Sahab, Sahafi Editor, Inqilab. I would request Abdul Wadood Sahab to please come on the dais. We understand that this is the last session. People are all tired, but this tea break was necessary. I would briefly introduce all the eminent speakers and experts on the dais. Dr. Sayyid Zafar Mahmood Saab is the founder of Zakat Foundation of India and also many other institutes and NGOs. He is the president and founder of Interfaith Coalition for Peace, New Delhi, founder, chairman, Grace Group of Educational Institutes. He has served as the officer on special duty, Prime Minister's High-Level Committee for Muslims of India, which is popularly known as Sachar Committee Report. During our syllabus and lectures, we often quote Sachar Committee Report, and I would like to reiterate that when we say that among the Indian Muslims, only 4% of the population goes to madrasa, that report was presented by Dr. Sayyid Zafar Mahmood Saab. We are indeed honored and privileged to have Sir as the president of this session. Next is Dr. Abdul Qadir Sahab. Dr. Abdul Qadir Sahab is an educationalist, a philanthropist, and actively involved in serving the community and as a source of inspiration for young generation. He immeasurably contributed to the education development of Bidar district through Shaheen Group of Institutions. Presently, Shaheen Group of Institutions is running many madaris and schools across India. He has been overtly appreciated with awards and honors under the patronage of government authorities and many non-government organizations. Sir, we are pleased to have you here and we thank you wholeheartedly. Maulana Huzaifa Ghulam Muhammad Vastanvi Sahab is the president of Jamia Islamia Ishatul Ulum, Akkal Kola. He is a Hafiz Alim and have Fazil degree from JHU Akkal Kola. He worked as a chief executive officer cum administrator of Indian Institute of Medical Sciences, and he has got many medical colleges and many pharmacy colleges under his administration. Currently, he is the administrator of 77 branches of moral education for boys and AMP. Maulana, hum aapka khair maqdam karte hain. Professor Madhav Das Nalpat Sir is the India's first professor of geopolitics and the UNESCO Peace Chair at Manipal University, where he is Vice Chair of Manipal Advanced Research Group and Director of the Department of Geopolitics and International Relations. Sir has been writing continuously in many newspapers, and his writings have been published in a very, very wide range of publications. Sir, we welcome you and feel honored and privileged to have you as our guest. Sayyid Mahmood Akhtar Sahab has been a seasoned professional with over 35 years of experience while working with Government of India in various capacities in establishing internal governance policies and managing the impact of external factors. He has successfully guided students as a lecturer in the university and colleges, as a trainer in the National Academy of Customs. All his life, Sayyid Mahmood Akhtar Sahab has tried in his modest way to create a strong sense of vision and purpose for the organization he has worked in to frame strategies for the development of Indian society. We welcome you, sir, and we feel honored. Professor Muhammad Mia, sir, former Vice Chancellor, Manu, Hyderabad. Sir has got 35 years of teaching experience, which includes 15 years as administrative responsibility as the project director at IGNU, Registrar Jamia Millia Islamia, and also director of many schools. And he has also been UPSC representative in the United States of America, VC officiating at Hyderabad, and he has got, to his credit, he has been responsible for implementing many government schemes, especially for the promotion of Urdu language. Sir, हम आपका दिल से खैर मकदम करते हैं. Next we have Dr. Khaja Shahid Sahab. Dr. Khaja Shahid Sahab has been with Jamia Hamdard in I think most of the educational conferences. About 2 months back we had a big conference on Madrasa education in collaboration with Shaheen Group, in which Khaja Shahid Sahab also suggested, and our university management is considering his views. Dr. Khaja Shahid Sahab has served as a former officiating VC Manu Hyderabad and Registrar of Jamia Millia Islamia New Delhi. He has previously served as Joint Secretary to the Government of India and Central Secretariat Service Officer. He has a PhD from Aligarh Muslim University, and he is the author of 3 books in Urdu and 1 in English. So we welcome you and we feel honored to have you with us. We have a young and dynamic Assistant Professor Dr. Babli Parveen. She's a historian with specialization in medieval Indian history, author, and she has got expertise in Sufism and medieval history. She has published several research articles in reputed international journals in the area of history and Sufism. She has been awarded with Under 30 Young Academician Award for Brilliance in the field of literature. Ma'am, we welcome you and feel honored. Thank you. अब हमारे साथ इस कार्यवाही को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए इस सेशन की निज़ामत जनाब अब्दुल वदूद साजिद साहब फरमा रहे हैं. मैं इनका तारुफ सिर्फ 2 लफ्ज़ों में कराऊंगा. पिछले 37 साल से सहाफ़त की दुनिया में हैं. इस वक्त इनकलाब उर्दू दिल्ली के एडिटर हैं. उससे पहले नई दुनिया में थे और हिंदुस्तान के वाहिद जर्नलिस्ट सहाफ़ी हैं जिन्होंने सद्दाम हुसैन और कर्नल गद्दाफ़ी दोनों का इंटरव्यू लिया था. मैं सर का जामिया हमदर्द और ईडू की तरफ से इस्तकबाल करता हूं और आगे की कार्रवाई उनके हवाले करता हूं. अस्सलाम वालेकुम.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum and a very good evening to all of you. ये सेशन बहुत इम्तिहान भरा है मेरे ख्याल में, क्योंकि एक तो ये सबसे आखिरी है और इसके बाद फिर खाना है और सुबह से आप लोग यहाँ तशरीफ़ रखते हैं इंशाल्लाह, एंड वी आर आई थिंक डिलेड बाय मोर देन हाफ एन आवर. कोशिश करेंगे इंशाल्लाह कि वक्त पे ये प्रोग्राम, ये सेशन ख़त्म हो जाए. और मैं एक मुश्किल में भी हूँ. मैं हमेशा मजाक करता था अपने साथियों से कि अगर किसी प्रोग्राम में स्पीकर 6 हों तो 19 तकरीरें सुनने के लिए आपको तैयार रहना चाहिए, क्योंकि 6 तकरीरें उनकी और बाकी 13 तकरीरें प्रोग्राम चलाने वाले की. तो आज मैं ख़ुद उस मुश्किल में फंस गया हूँ. शाहिद साहब का हुक्म था, मेरे उस्ताद हैं, और ये मेरे लिए बड़ी खुशकिस्मती की बात है कि انہوں نے حکم دیا, میں حاضر ہو گیا. وجہ اس کی صرف یہ ہے کہ اہل مدارس سے ان کا تعلق نیا نہیں ہے. جو اب یہ مدرسہ ایجوکیشن جو سیشن ہے, ان کے والد مولانا عبدالوحید صدیقی صاحب انہوں نے نئی دنیا شروع کیا تھا, اور اس کے بعد انہوں نے ایک مدرسہ بیک گراؤنڈ رکھنے والے شخص کو نئی دنیا میں موقع دیا, جس نے 8 سال نئی دنیا میں شاہد صاحب سے سیکھا. ابھی آپ کے سامنے ہمارے عزیز نے تعارف کرایا. الحمدللہ مجھے نئی دنیا کی برکت سے بہت سے ملکوں میں جانے کا اتفاق ہوا. تو میں وہ تقریر نہیں کروں گا اور وہ الزام اپنے سر نہیں لوں گا. تمام شخصیات جو یہاں تشریف رکھتی ہیں اپنی ذات میں انجمن ہیں, اور میں ان سے وقت کی پابندی کے لیے بھی نہیں کہوں گا انشاءاللہ, چونکہ مجھے یقین ہے کہ وہ دریا کو کوزے میں بند کرنے کا ہنر جانتے ہیں. اتفاق سے میرے بیٹے رامز عبدالودود دلی میں تھے آج, جو پرسنالٹی ڈیولپمنٹ کے ٹرینر ہیں, اور پچھلے 4 سال سے مدرسہ اسٹوڈنٹس کے درمیان ہی ان کے اپلفٹمنٹ کے لیے کام کر رہے ہیں. حالانکہ یہ پروفیشن بہت پیسے دینے والا ہے, لیکن میرے بیٹے نے از خود طے کیا کہ وہ پیسے کو اولویت نہیں دیں گے, بلکہ مدرسے کے فضلاء کو اس طور پر تیار کریں گے کہ ان کو جو کمی رہ جاتی ہے زبان کی, بیان کی, وہ دور ہو جائے, اور وہ بھی صرف 40 دن میں. تو ابھی وہ حضرت مولانا حذیفہ بستانوی صاحب کے مہمان رہ کر آئے ہیں 40 دن کلکوا میں. وہاں انہوں نے 200 فضلاء کو تربیت دی ہے. میں چاہتا ہوں with the permission of chair and with pre-consent of organizers کہ میں 5 منٹ کے لیے رامز عبدالودود صاحب سے درخواست کروں کہ تشریف لائیں, اور ان کے جو آبزرویشنس ہیں اور جو ان کے ایکسپیرینسز ہیں ود مدرسہ اسٹوڈنٹس ڈیورنگ ہز ورک شاپ وہ یہاں شیئر کریں. اس کے بعد انشاءاللہ یہ سیشن آپ کے حوالے.
بسم اللہ الرحمن الرحیم. رب اشرح لی صدری ویسر لی امری واحلل عقدۃ من لسانی یفقهوا قولی. السلام علیکم and a very good evening to all of you. آپ سب ابھی چائے وغیرہ لے کر آئے ہیں, مجھے لگتا ہے کہ سب فریش ہوں گے. اور اللہ نے فرمایا قرآن میں کہ جب آپ کو کوئی سلام کرے تو آپ اس سے بہتر یا کم سے کم اسی انداز میں جواب دیں. تو ایک بار اور کوشش کرتے ہیں. السلام علیکم. Wonderful. I am really honored to be a part of such a wonderful gathering جہاں پہ ایک ایسے کام کا آغاز ہونے والا ہے, ہونے جا رہا ہے, جو ہندوستان کی تاریخ میں آج تک پہلے کبھی نہیں ہوا. And I commend Alliance for the Economic and Educational Development for the Underprivileged and Jamia Hamdard for making an initiative to bring universities and madaris closer. اور میرے لیے خوش قسمتی کی بات اس لیے بھی ہے کیونکہ جس ادارے میں میری زندگی کے 4 سال لگے ہیں, جناب پروفیسر افشار عالم صاحب کی نگرانی میں, اور یہاں کچھ اساتذہ ٹیچرز ہیں میرے, آج اللہ کا شکر ہے مجھے یہاں پہ بولنے کا موقع مل رہا ہے. تھینک یو سو مچ. میں بہت زیادہ نہیں بولوں گا, بہت مختصر انداز میں اپنی بات کو پورا کروں گا. جیسے محترم جناب ودود ساجد صاحب نے بتایا کہ فار دا لاسٹ 4 years میں اور میری بڑی بہن مس رافیہ ساجد ایک ایسی فیلڈ میں ہیں جس میں ہمیں ہندوستان کے الگ الگ شہروں میں ڈفرینٹ پیپل فرام ڈفرینٹ واکس آف لائف کو ٹرین کرنے کا موقع ملتا ہے. ان کا ایکسپیرینس جو میرا ایکسپیرینس اسکول اسٹوڈنٹس، یونیورسٹی اسٹوڈنٹس اور مدارس کے بچوں کے ساتھ ہوا ہے، اس کو بتانے سے پہلے میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ مجھے یہ بتانا ضروری ہے کہ پرسنالٹی ڈیولپمنٹ جو ہم کرتے ہیں وہ ہے کیا. تو پرسنالٹی ڈیولپمنٹ جب نام سنتے ہیں ہم لوگ تو سب سے پہلے یہ سوچتے ہیں کہ بہت ہی ہٹا کٹا اور بہترین کلودنگ والا آدمی ہوگا. لیکن میرا خیال ہے کہ شیخ سعدی نے بہت خوب کہا ہے کہ اسب تازی اگر ضعیف بود ہم چنا از طویل آئے خربہ. یعنی جنگ کے میدان میں جنگی جو گھوڑا ہوتا ہے بھلے ہی وہ دبلا پتلا ہو، کمزور ہو، لیکن موٹے اور تازے گدھے سے کئی گنا بہتر ہوتا ہے. تو پرسنالٹی ڈیولپمنٹ جو ورکشاپ ہم کراتے ہیں اٹ از بیسڈ آن 2 میجر ایسپیکٹس. دیر از کیریکٹر، اخلاق، اینڈ کمیونیکیشن اسکلز. اور کمیونیکیشن اسکلز یعنی ایک علم ہے، یہ ہمارے لیے اتنا اہم ہے کیونکہ ہم جب تک اپنی زبان نہیں کھولتے ہیں، جب تک ہمارے بارے میں کسی کو معلوم نہیں ہوگا، جیسے شیخ سعدی نے کہا تامد سخن نہ گفتہ باشد عیب و ہنرش نہ ہفتہ باشد. یعنی جب تک انسان اپنی زبان نہیں کھولتا اس کی اچھائیاں اور اس کی برائیاں دونوں چھپی رہتی ہیں. تو یہی دونوں ایسپیکٹس کو لے کر یہ پرسنالٹی ڈیولپمنٹ ورکشاپ کرانے کا ہمیں موقع ملا الحمدللہ. اور اس میں کوئی شک نہیں کہ یونیورسٹی کے اسٹوڈنٹس، اسکول اسٹوڈنٹس جب اس ٹریننگ کو لیتے ہیں تو بڑے زبردست کام کرتے ہیں، اپنے آپ کو بہت ڈیولپ کرتے ہیں ڈفرینٹ فیلڈس میں، پبلک اسپیکنگ، انگلش لینگویج اینڈ ایون کانفیڈنس. لیکن جب یہ حسن اتفاق کہیے یا میری دلی تمنا کہیے کہ اللہ نے مجھے مدرسے کے بچوں کو ٹرین کرنے کا موقع دیا، جب حفاظ کرام، علماء کرام اور مفتیان کرام کو موقع ملا یہ ٹریننگ لینے کا، تو انہوں نے، میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ یونیورسٹی کے اسٹوڈنٹ سے، اسکول اسٹوڈنٹ سے کئی گنا بہتر اپنے آپ کو ڈیولپ کیا اور بہت زبردست اپنے آپ کو انہوں نے چینج کیا ہے. تو میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ مدارس کے جو بچے ہوتے ہیں ان کے اندر جو پوٹینشیل ہوتا ہے وہ بہت ہوتا ہے، لیکن صرف اس چیز کی کمی ہے کہ ان کو ایکسپوجر نہیں ملا. ان کو کچھ ایسی کمیونیکیشن سکلز یا کچھ سکلز ان کے پاس نہیں ہے جس کی وجہ سے وہ پیچھے رہ جاتے ہیں یا اپنے علم کو دنیا تک نہیں پہنچا پاتے. لیکن الحمدللہ جب حافظ، جب علماء کسی ایسی ماڈرن فیلڈ میں اترتا ہے تو بڑے بڑے کام کرتا ہے. حال ہی میں ایک جیتی جاگتی مثال ہے حیدرآباد میں سید مصطفیٰ ہاشمی جو ایک حافظ ہیں اور IAS کلیئر کیا ہے انہوں نے. تو میں اپنی بات کو بہت مختصر کرتے ہوئے بس یہی بتانا چاہتا ہوں کہ جب ایک مدرسہ بیک گراؤنڈ کا اسٹوڈنٹ، ایک حافظ ماڈرن فیلڈ میں، ماڈرن ایجوکیشن کی فیلڈ میں اترتا ہے، جب وہ میڈیکل لائن میں اترتا ہے تو وہ ابن سینا بنتا ہے، دا فادر آف ارلی ماڈرن میڈیسن. جب ایک حافظ میتھمیٹکس کی فیلڈ میں اترتا ہے تو وہ ابن موسیٰ ابن الخوارزمی بنتا ہے، جو الجبرا کا بیسس جنہوں نے رکھا. اور جب حافظ ایک فزکس کی فیلڈ میں اترتا ہے تو ابن الہیثم بنتا ہے، جو فادر آف آپٹیکل فزکس کہلائے جاتے ہیں. تو آئی ایم ریئلی تھینکفل ٹو آل دی ممبرس آف دس آرگنائزیشن جو اس عظیم کام کو انجام دینا چاہ رہے ہیں. اینڈ آئی ایم شیور کہ ایسے عظیم ہستیوں کی اگر رہنمائی ہوگی تو انشاءاللہ یہ کام بخوبی انجام دیا جائے گا. اور آخر میں نوجوان جو یوتھ ہیں ہمارے، چاہے مدرسے کے بیک گراؤنڈ کے ہوں، کہ اسکول کے ہوں، کہ یونیورسٹیز کے ہوں، دے ہیو immense potential, they have amazing abilities. اور اگر ان کو اپرچونیٹیز مل جائیں، ایکسپوجر مل جائے اور کوئی چیز ٹھان لیں تو اس دنیا میں کوئی ایسی چیز نہیں جو ان کو اپنے منزل تک جانے سے روک سکے. تو آئی ایم ریئلی تھینکفل. میں اس بات پر ختم کرتا ہوں کہ عقابی روح جب بیدار ہوتی ہے نوجوانوں میں، عقابی روح جب بیدار ہوتی ہے نوجوانوں میں، منزل انہیں نظر آتی ہے آسمانوں میں. تھینک یو سو مچ. السلام علیکم.
شکریہ. میں جناب پروفیسر مادھو داس نلپت صاحب سے درخواست کرتا ہوں بڑے ادب کے ساتھ کہ تشریف لائیں.
Thank you very much. I thank the Lions for having invited me to this education conference. It's a great honor to be here because you are the architects of the future. I see before me a galaxy of individuals who are shaping the future of our country. I would only like to say, as someone who is not an expert in this field, but as someone who has been closely following developments in various streams of education, I'd only like to say that first of all, I am among those who believe that any kind of teaching that essentially connects the human being with the divine is a wonderful kind of teaching, because the divine is truly divine. I think we all know, for example, what are the qualities that are continuously stressed about the divine: compassion, beneficence, mercy. These are three qualities that are really, if I may say so, contain the core of not only the great faith of Islam, but if I would also like to say the other great faiths of the world. These three qualities are extremely important, because in my view, and I confess I am a lay person, I cannot claim to any special knowledge of the fields of theology or anything else, but I am immensely, if I may say so, affected by the importance given in the Quran Sharif, for example, to compassion, to mercy, and to beneficence. Because this fusion of qualities is what defines a human being and makes a human being truly human. When you say that you are born a human, the reality is that we cannot just say that we are born a human. We have to understand what humanity is, or what humanity has been intended by the Creator. And let us not forget, we are all children of that very same Creator. We cannot forget that is a very important thing. So if children come out of this education, not only in madrasas, but in Veda Pathshalas, in Bible schools, wherever they get the education, if they come out of it understanding that everyone is a child of the Almighty, that everyone has got to earn the right to be called a human being, a good human being. And for that, the qualities of mercy, of compassion, of beneficence should be clear within 10 minutes of meeting you to any other individual. I again would like to say that frankly, in my life, I have come across large numbers of people, and I'm happy to see that many of my friends who are friends of several decades have been here. And I would like to say that I'm not able to see any difference between individuals of one community or one region, or even, with each other, or even in a more important sense. That kind of difference, frankly, is not really a difference which is created by the divine or ordained by the divine. It is created in a much lower order of things. And I think, frankly, it is important for us to learn that there is really no difference. If I have not seen a difference, it may not be entirely because of my lack of intellectual capacity. It may be because there is no difference. So I only want to stress that you are handling the futures of the young. The futures of the young are good or not so good, depending on the futures of our country. And the future of our country is good or not so good, depending on the qualities of mercy, of compassion that are there in each of us, and also the understanding that we are children of a common Almighty, and the understanding that unless we accept that and work in brotherhood and harmony with each other, there will be problems in the future of the country and therefore problems in our own lives. I am very certain that the training that you are imparting to the young will stress the fundamental values that have been so clearly mentioned over and over again in the Quran Sharif. And I must confess, I am not at all an expert in this kind of thing at all. But in my family, my own mother, I pray for her soul. She converted to Islam, and as a consequence, I came in touch with some of these teachings. And what I'm telling you is what she told me, that this is the fundamental of the divine. And the divine is, in my view, beyond the common denominations that we have among us, and that instead of uniting us, divide us. The divine is universal in all of us, and the divine values need to be universal in all of us. With that prayer, allow me to once again express my thanks, especially to my very old and dear friend Shahid Bhai for having invited me here, and allow me to thank you once again for the honor of listening patiently to me. God bless you.
बहुत शुक्रिया प्रोफेसर साहब, आपने मेरे वजूद का ख्याल रखा, उसी के हिसाब से आपने अपने अवसर का ख्याल किया। मैं बहुत एहतराम के साथ दरख्वास्त करता हूँ जनाब प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर मुजफ्फर महमूद साहब, जो इस प्रोग्राम के चेयर हैं, राय करा अपने डॉक्टर मुजफ्फर।
पहले तो कर सकते हैं, पहले यही था। ठीक है,
शुरू करता हूँ मैं अल्लाह के नाम से जो बड़ा मेहरबान निहायत रहम करने वाला है। सारी तारीफ़ें अल्लाह ताला के लिए हैं और हम सबको उसी की तरफ लौट के जाना है। आज का जो ये सेशन मौका मिला है, ये है फ्यूचर ऑफ मदरसा एजुकेशन। इसके ताल्लुक़ से हमें आज गुफ्तगू करनी है, और मैं इंशाअल्लाह कोशिश करूँगा कि एक भी लफ्ज़ ऐसा नहीं बोलूँ जिसका मदरसे से ताल्लुक़ ना हो। मैं बहुत शुक्रगुज़ार हूँ अलायंस फॉर इकनॉमिक एंड एजुकेशनल डेवलपमेंट ऑफ द अंडर प्रिविलेज्ड एंड जामिया हमदर्द का, इंक्लूडिंग प्रोफेसर अफसर आलम साहब एंड लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल ज़मीरुद्दीन शाह साहब एंड जनाब खालिद अंसारी साहब, who has given whole of himself for organizing this event, and all ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, Encyclopedia Britannica कहती है, एक कॉन्सेप्ट बताती है हिस्ट्री का, खान्स। आई एम गोइंग टू प्रोनाउंस इट एज खान्स। अगर इसका कोई और प्रोनाउंसिएशन हो तो बताएं, इसलिए कि कई सदियों पुरानी बात है ये। दैट दीज वर टाइप्स ऑफ इंट्स once found in the Middle East, North Africa and Central Asia, providing food and shelter for traders and travelers. The earliest khans were found during Umayyad period in Syria. Under Ottoman rule in 16th century, khans became one feature of larger complex that could include a mosque, a fortress, a bath and other amenities. Early madrasas were developed out of occasional lectures delivered at the mosques. Khan lodgings were later adjoined to mosques for students who traveled to participate in these lectures. आज आप सदरा से मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूँगा, इसको अगर कुर्सी घुमा करके इधर देखेंगे तो बड़ी मेहरबानी होगी आपसे भी जी। So princes and wealthy families donated funds for construction of buildings and for stipends to students and lecturers. These endowments were instrumental in formalizing these centers of learning as permanent institutions. So madrasa is defined in Encyclopedia Britannica, which the whole world sees, as theological seminary and law school with a curriculum centered on the Quran and Hadith. And some of us may be aware, one of the oldest madrasas is still holding good in the world, going strong, Ben Yusuf Madrasa of Morocco, which was founded in 14th century by the then Sultan. So Arabic grammar, literature, mathematics, logic, and in some cases natural science. This is very important to know how madrasa had started, what were the contents of the madrasas. These were taught in madrasas in addition to Islamic theology and law. Tuition was free and food, lodging and medical care were provided as well. Instruction usually took place in a courtyard and consisted primarily of memorizing textbooks and the instructor's lectures, and the lecturer issued certificates, that is ijazat, to his students that constituted permission to repeat his words to the next audience. Similarly, maktab is a smaller unit of that. I'm not going to read the whole thing here. Thus, ladies and gentlemen, by 12th century, madrasas were flourishing across the horizon in the Muslim societies, including the first madrasa in India, established in 1192 in Ajmer. Even today, one can see the remnants of the madrasa adjoining Firoz Shah Tughlaq tomb in Delhi. It's very important and interesting to note that in India, prominent national figures, including social reformer Raja Ram Mohan Roy, author Munshi Premchand, and the first president of India, Dr. Rajendra Prasad, received their education in madrasa. However, over decades and centuries, some scholars and clergy identified learning of English language and imbibing scientific knowledge with maladies of British rule in India. Thus, madrasa education got detached from English language and from scientific learning. In this overall context, my dear friends, we the people of India need to give a well thought out, benevolent treatment to our madrasa education system. Muslims are dominant minority in India, 14.2% of the national population as per the last census of 2011, and 73% of all the minorities. Justice Sachar report brings out clearly the educational deprivation experienced by the Muslim community. To recapitulate, the national average of literacy is 65.1% and for Muslims it is 59.1%. The initial disparities between Muslims and others have widened in all four groups: primary, middle, matric and higher secondary. This is the finding of the Justice Sachar committee, whose real name was the Prime Minister's High-Level Committee. Enrollment and continuation rates are the lowest for Muslims, and the problem is more acute for girls and women. Muslims are at a double disadvantage with low levels of education combined with low quality education. While the constitutional mandate in Article 46 clearly states that the state shall promote with special care the educational and economic interests of the weaker sections of the people. Here I am just flagging one issue, that re-evaluate the school textbooks to purge them. This is the duty of the civil society, to re-evaluate the school textbooks to purge them of explicit and implicit content that may impart inappropriate social values, especially religious intolerance. See, we should not put it only on the government. We have to form ourselves into groups and do this work and draw the attention of the government. Now, in this context, particularly in the context of Sachar Committee report, switching over to madrasa, switching back to madrasa, which we were talking about, I must first of all say that human service has been rendered and wonderful role by the madrasas across the nation. And I salute the madrasa education, people who are organizing this and people who are benefiting from there, people like us who are caring for them. And definitely madrasas protect the Muslim culture, and they have indeed provided schooling to Muslim children where the state has fallen short of doing that. अपनी दुनिया आप पैदा कर, अगर जिंदों में है, सिर्र आदम है, ज़मीर कुन फ़क़ा है ज़िंदगी. If you consider yourself to be a really living person, create a world by yourself. Such proactivity is the essence of human life, which must manifest godly quality of creation. Yet, friends, the fact is that only 3% of all Muslim students of the school-going age group are enrolled in the madrasas. But the number is very high. In India, percentage may be small, but the numbers are very high. So the numbers are given here. More than 1 million students, as in 2006, were studying in different madrasas across India. Another important bearing, friends, that is the challenges of modern education of Indian Muslims require to be met through the outstanding capability of madrasas. There is a Government of India scheme for the last 25 years, a scheme for providing quality education in madrasas under the HRD ministry across the political parties. Political parties have gone and have come and gone. So many, you can imagine, in the last 25 years. But the scheme is going on. But the issue is that we are not doing our work. That is why hardly 4,000, less than 4,000 madrasas in India are taking advantage of this. They are not coming forward. So here it is, those of you who are interested, you can take a snap of this. This is the site. I would request that each one of us must study what is this scheme. I have studied this 15 years ago. And under the Zakat Foundation of India, we got it translated into Urdu, because those who need to take advantage of madrasa education, they know better Urdu than English. So we got translated it into English and we have put it up on our website. So website link is here. Provide equivalence to madrasa certificates and degrees for subsequent admissions into institutions of higher level of education. I know that Jamia Hamdard, Aligarh Muslim University, Jamia Millia Islamia and the Hyderabad Urdu University, they are doing the work in this regard. But the mandate of the government in the light of the Prime Minister's High Level Committee is that all the institutions, all the higher learning, all the universities should do it. So at least we should know about it and we should try to take up the matter forward with the appropriate levels. Similarly, NIOS, National Institute of Open Schooling, and the University Grants Commission. In the light of Justice Sachar Committee recommendation, the Cabinet passed a resolution and the Government of India instructed the NIOS and the University Grants Commission to create these equivalences and facilitate the passing of the certificates and degrees at different levels by the madrasa educated children. So we should at least know about this and we should try our best to make it implement. See, the responsibility is lying at our shoulders at the moment. And here I'm just, as a visual impact, I'm showing you the circular which was issued by the Government of India, Ministry of Personnel and Public grievances in this regard. So, similarly, one more very, very important thing, and those who have any kind of love, even the smallest, for madrasa education and any care of love, which of course the organizers of this wonderful event have definitely, that there is something known as Council of Boards of School Education, COBSE. I'm giving you here the website. Please do visit. The COBSE is an autonomous legal entity, a consortium of all boards of school education in India, It coordinates with different school education boards, HRD Ministry of the Government of India and different state governments for the welfare of disadvantaged street children, women, poor and minorities, for quality control and improvement of educational systems and preparation of syllabus and course materials in accordance with National Curriculum Framework prepared by the NCERT. So therefore, I would very earnestly request to the madrasa authorities and to all the friends here that kindly reach out to madrasa authorities and request all the madrasa boards, there are 8 madrasa boards in India, that they should apply for membership of COPSE. There is no need for madrasas to nurture any apprehensions in aligning themselves with COPSE. And therefore, I would say, friends, that a decent level of integration and dovetailing of madrasas with the national mainstream is quite necessary. I am just again giving you a visual impact only. There is UP Madrasa Board, some statistics is given here, I am not going to read it. UP Madrasa Board, so many facilities are provided. Karnataka Madrasa Board, Bihar State Madrasa Board, Chhattisgarh Madrasa Board, Madhya Pradesh Madrasa, Uttarakhand and Rajasthan. Rajasthan, so far as I have studied, particularly for this presentation, Rajasthan is doing the most wonderful work as of today. But I and you must reach out to the community to take advantage of the various schemes which are being run by the Rajasthan. So I am quickly moving forward because I know I am aware of the shortage of time. And websites of some madrasa boards have not been updated for long. So in whatever state we are there, we should at least write a letter and email to the madrasa board to kindly update the websites. What are the recommended actions? The recommended actions are as follows. 1. All the madrasa boards should apply for membership to COPSE, as I said just now. 2. For taking forward the case of equivalence, we, the Friends of Madrasa Education, need to take up the matter with NIOS and UGC. 3. People of respective states where there is no madrasa board should reach out to the state government requesting for the formation of state madrasa board. Then 4. In each state, even when there is a regular madrasa board, when the people caring for madrasa education should form themselves into a local madrasa committee, and the committee should take up the matter with the madrasa board authorities. 5. Where there is no madrasa board in each such state, people interested in madrasa education, this is very important, kindly note it, should form themselves into local madrasa board or council. And they should get such board or council enrolled in COPSE. This is possible. The only thing is that we have to have the willingness and to have come forward, and we can do wonders in this regard. 6 is, at the national level too, a civil society initiative needs to be taken to form a voluntary committee of people who sympathize with the madrasas and wish to work for its benevolent and progressive perpetuation. For good measure, we may call it as contemporary madrasa fragrance and or whatever else you feel like. 7 is, the community needs to carry out in-house census of madrasas across India. Nobody has done that so far. I and you can do it. General Sahab can do it. And Vice Chancellor Sahab can take up this matter. Zakat Foundation of India, incidentally, a couple of years ago, has provided an online registration portal for madrasas. And this is the link given here. There, by way of introduction, we have written that हम मुसलमान हिंद के दीनी इस्तेहकाम में मदारिस का ज़बरदस्त मस्बत किरदार है. इस मजहर कुदरत को मज़ीद फ़रोग़ देने के लिए मदारिस हिंद का इत्तेहाद कारगर होगा. इस सिलसिले में हमें ज़कात फाउंडेशन ऑफ इंडिया की तरफ से ये अदना पेशकश की जा रही है, यानी कि पोर्टल फॉर ऑनलाइन रजिस्ट्रेशन. मदारिस के मुंतज़मीन ख़वातीन व हज़रात को पसंद आए तो बराए मेहरबानी ये फॉर्म ऑनलाइन भर के अपलोड कर दें। कुछ मदरसों ने किया भी है इसमें। उसकी वजह से हम उनके कॉन्फ्रेंसेस मीटिंग्स वगैरह करते रहते हैं ताकि आपस में जो बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस हैं वो सबको पता चल सके। दिस अलायंस द होस्ट टुडे may wish to kindly take up this work more systematically. Thus, ladies and gentlemen, we can fruitfully work to make the future of madrasa education in India very, very bright. Wa akhiru da'wana alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Because I have also got the responsibility of sitting in the middle here, in fact the pleasure. So I would request that we have to finish at 7:20 because of the namaz. So and that time has to be distributed among I think 5 speakers. So we have enough time, but then it should be equally distributed. Thank you.
चूँकि आपने आपकी प्रेजेंटेशन का ज़्यादा बड़ा हिस्सा मदारिस और उसके ताल्लुक से जिम्मेदारी पर मुश्तमिल था। यहाँ लीडिंग मदारिस की नुमाइंदगी मौलाना हुज़ैफा गुलाम मुस्ताफ़ी साहब कर रहे हैं। मैं उनसे दरख्वास्त करता हूँ कि वो अपने बात का आधार करवाएं। मौलाना के ताल्लुक से एक बात बतानी बहुत ज़रूरी है कि इनके वालिद साहब ने 40 साल पहले अक्कल कुआ जैसे ट्राइबल एरिया में फार फ्लंग एरिया है महाराष्ट्र में है और वहाँ ज़िंदगी और इंसानी दिलचस्पी का कोई सामान नहीं था उस वक्त भी और आज भी नहीं है। 6 मदरसा स्टूडेंट से शुरू किया था, आज इनके 16,000 स्टूडेंट्स हैं और कई मेडिकल कॉलेजेस हैं, इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेजेस हैं, लॉ और फार्मेसी कॉलेजेस।
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। एक बहुत ही अहम मकसद को लेकर हिंदुस्तान के तालीम से ताल्लुक़ रखने वाले, बड़े इदारों से ताल्लुक़ रखने वाले मुफक्किरीन यहाँ पर जमा हैं। मुझ नाचीज़ को यहाँ पर दावत दी गई है। इस सिलसिले में कोई बहुत लंबी गुफ्तगू या बयान मकसूद नहीं। इंशाअल्लाह 5 से 7 मिनट में मैं अपनी बात को समेटने की कोशिश करूँगा। मदरसा जो लफ्ज़ है, इस लफ्ज़ के सिलसिले में हम सब जानते हैं कि ये अरबी और उर्दू ज़बान का लफ्ज़ है। ये दरसा से बना है। दर्स के माने लेसन और मदरसा का माने वो जगह जहाँ पर लेसन दिया जाए। तालीम ये इंसान की इतनी बड़ी ज़रूरत है कि कुरान करीम में अल्लाह रब्बुल इज़्ज़त फरमाते हैं वइज़ क़ाला रब्बुका लिल मलाइकति इन्नी जाइलुन फिल अर्दि खलीफा, कि इंसान को अल्लाह रब्बुल इज़्ज़त ने तख्लीक़ खुसूसी से, स्पेशल क्रिएशन से बनाया और इंसान के लिए सबसे पहले जिस चीज़ का इंतज़ाम किया वो थी तालीम। वअल्लम आदम अल अस्माअ कुल्लहा, और आदम अलैहिस्सलात वस्सलाम को हर चीज़ के नाम सिखाए। तो तालीम ये इंसान की ऐसी बुनियादी ज़रूरत है जो खाने पीने और उसकी दूसरी तमाम ज़रूरतों से मुक़द्दम है। लिहाजा मदरसे की हिस्ट्री अलग अलग अंदाज में लोग बयान करते हैं, लेकिन मदरसे की हिस्ट्री अगर हम देखें तो ये शुरू होती है आदम अलैहिस्सलाम से कि सबसे पहला मदरसा जन्नत में अल्लाह रब्बुल इज़्ज़त ने आदम अलैहिस्सलातु वस्सलाम को इल्म सिखाकर वहीं से मदरसा शुरू हो गया। तो फ्रॉम द बिगिनिंग ऑफ ह्यूमन, इंसान जब से बना, जब से उसी वक्त से उसके लिए मदरसे का इंतज़ाम किया गया। मदरसा ये हमारे हिंदुस्तान के कल्चर में और आज की मीडिया के और एक जो हवा बना कर रखा है उसमें ये समझा जाता है बाज़ नेगेटिव सोच की तरफ से कि मदरसे का मतलब ये है कि 500 साल, 300 साल, 1400 साल पुरानी तालीम दी जाती है। हमारे हिंदुस्तान और बर्र सगीर में जब इस सिलसिले में सोचा जाता है तो ये बयान किया जाता है कि दर्स निज़ामी पढ़ाया जाता है जो 300, 400 साल, 500 साल पहले पुराना है। लेकिन हमें ये जानना चाहिए कि दर्स निज़ामी सिर्फ एक नाम है, वरना हकीकत में درس نظامی میں جو تبدیلی اور جو اپڈیٹ ہوا ہے اب تک کا، اسے اگر دیکھا جائے تو اس وقت سے لے کر اب تک اس میں 70% چینج آ چکا ہے۔ اس کا مطلب یہ ہے کہ معاشرے کو جب جس چیز کی ضرورت پیش آئی، مدارس نے اپنے نصاب اور اپنے نظام میں ان چیزوں کو شامل کیا۔ کسی زمانے میں جیسے آج سائنس جس کو ہم کہتے ہیں فلسفہ، تو پہلے فلسفہ پڑھایا جاتا تھا، اقلدیس پڑھائی جاتی تھی، جو ریاضی اور میتھس کی سب سے مشکل کتابیں مدارس میں پڑھائی جاتی تھی، علم طب یہ بھی مدارس کے نصاب کا حصہ ہوا کرتا تھا۔ تو مدرسہ یہ کوئی پرانا سسٹم نہیں، بلکہ مدرسہ ایجوکیشن جو ہے وہ الحمدللہ یہ ہمیشہ اپڈیٹ ہوتا رہا اور ضرورت کے مطابق اپڈیٹ ہو رہا ہے اور اپڈیٹ ہوتا رہے گا۔ دوسری بات یہ کہ مدارس نے اس ملک کو کیا دیا، اس سلسلے میں کچھ کہنے کی ضرورت نہیں۔ فریڈم فائٹر کی صف اول میں اگر آپ دیکھیں گے تو بڑی تعداد میں ہمارے مدارس کے پڑے ہوئے ہیں۔ مدارس کے سلسلے میں آزادی کے بعد مدارس نے کیا دیا، تو صرف ایک نمونے کے طور پر ہمارے والد صاحب نے ایک مدرسے کو شروع کیا 1979 میں، آج سے 40 سال پہلے۔ 6 اسٹوڈنٹ اور ایک بچے سے ایک ٹیچر سے یہ شروع ہوا، اور پھر اس کے بعد 91 میں ITI انڈسٹریل ٹریننگ انسٹیٹیوٹ شروع ہوا۔ اس کے بعد 93 میں BUMS بیچلر آف یونانی میڈیسن اینڈ سرجری کا آغاز ہوا۔ اس کے بعد ڈپلومہ انجینئرنگ، اس کے بعد بیچلر آف انجینئرنگ، اس کے بعد ڈپلومہ فارمیسی، بیچلر آف فارمیسی، ماسٹر آف فارمیسی، گائیڈ فار PhD ان فارمیسی۔ اسی کے ساتھ ساتھ ہمارے یہاں پر D.Ed ان اردو، D.Ed ان مراٹھی، B.Ed ان انگلش، اور اس کے ساتھ ساتھ لو کالج شروع ہوا، اور الحمدللہ آج سے تقریباً 8 سے 9 سال پہلے جالنہ میں MBBS کالج شروع ہوا، جس میں اب تک کے تقریباً 400 بچے پاس آؤٹ ہو چکے ہیں، اور گزشتہ سال سے وہاں پر PG کے 10 کورس شروع ہوئے، جس میں گائنوکولوجسٹ، اسی طریقے سے میڈیسن، سرجری، سیکیٹری، یہ سارے مضامین ہیں۔ اور یہ ساری کے ساری جتنی بھی تعلیمی ایکٹیویٹی آپ کے سامنے بیان کی ہے، یہ ہمارے والد صاحب نے انجام دی، جن کا پورا کے پورا بیک گراؤنڈ مدرسہ ہے شروع سے لے کر اب تک۔ لہذا مدارس جو ہے وہ بہت اہم رول ادا کر رہے ہیں، اور میں آپ کو یہ بتا کر بھی بڑی خوشی محسوس کروں گا کہ ہمارے یہاں پر مدرسے کے جو طلبہ ہیں، ان طلبہ کے لیے 10ویں اور 12ویں اور اسی کے ساتھ ساتھ ہائر ایجوکیشن کا انتظام کیا گیا ہے۔ اب تک کہ ہمارے یہاں سے 15,000 سے زائد وہ بچے جو حافظ عالم ہیں اور اس کے ساتھ انہوں نے 10ویں 12ویں پاس کیا ہے۔ تقریباً 5,000 سے زائد وہ بچے ہیں جنہوں نے BA اور MA کیا ہے، یعنی حافظ عالم، اس کے ساتھ ساتھ انہوں نے SSC پاس کیا، HSC پاس کیا، اور BA پاس کیا، MA پاس کیا، بہت سارے PhD بھی ہو چکے ہیں۔ اور اسی کے ساتھ ساتھ آج بہت سارے بچے ایسے ہیں، تقریباً 200 سے زائد بچے وہ ہیں جنہوں نے D.Ed اور B.Ed کیا ہے۔ تقریباً 100 بچے وہ ہیں جنہوں نے BUMS اور MBBS کالج سے تعلیم حاصل کی ہے، اور اس کے علاوہ تو ایسے تقریباً مدرسے بیک گراؤنڈ سے 20,000 سے زیادہ طلباء وہ ہے جو حافظ عالم ہونے کے ساتھ ہائر ایجوکیشن سے الحمدللہ تعلیم حاصل کر چکے ہیں۔ تو الحمدللہ اسی کے ساتھ میں آپ کو یہ بتاتے ہوئے اور خوشی محسوس کروں گا کہ ہمارے مدارس میں کسی زمانے میں بک بائنڈنگ سکھائی جاتی تھی، اس کے بعد جب آپٹیکل کا زمانہ آیا تو آپٹیکل ہمارے یہاں سکھائی جانے لگی، اس کے بعد کمپیوٹر کا زمانہ آیا، ہمارے یہاں کمپیوٹر سکھایا جانے لگا، پھر اس کے بعد جب زمانہ اور آگے بڑھا اور سافٹ ویئر ڈیولپمنٹ آیا تو ہمارے یہاں سافٹ ویئر سکھایا جانے لگا، اور ابھی 1 سال سے ہم نے ویب ڈیزائن، مدرسے کے بچے یہ ساری چیزیں سیکھ رہے ہیں، ویب ڈیزائن کا کورس شروع کیا ہے، اسی طریقے سے موبائل اپلیکیشن ڈیولپمنٹ کا کورس شروع کیا ہے، اور گرافکس کا کورس شروع کیا ہے، اور الحمدللہ ابھی ہمارے یہاں پر لیب بن رہا ہے جس میں روبوٹک اور ڈرون سسٹم مدرسے کے بچوں کو سکھایا جائے گا۔ تو الحمدللہ ہمارے جو مدارس ہے، یہ مدارس جس طرف دنیا جا رہی ہے اس کے آنکھ میں آنکھ ملا کر اور اس کے ہاتھ میں ہاتھ ملا کر اور پاؤں سے پاؤں رکھ کر آگے بڑھ رہے ہیں، اور بڑھتے رہیں گے. اللہ کی ذات سے امید ہے کہ یہ مدرسوں سے نکلنے والے بچوں کی سب سے بڑی خصوصیت یہ ہوتی ہے کہ ان کے اخلاق بڑے عمدہ ہوتے ہیں, چاہے کوئی اسے تسلیم کرے یا نہ کرے, لیکن یہ ایک حقیقت ہے جس کا انکار نہیں کیا جا سکتا ہے. اور الحمدللہ ہمارے یہاں پر اب شروع ہو رہا ہے, ہم کوچنگ کلاس شروع کر رہے ہیں نیٹ کی, اور اسی کے ساتھ ساتھ ہم سول سروسز کی کوچنگ کلاس بھی ہمارے یہاں پر شروع کرنے جا رہے ہیں. تو اس لیے مدرسے کا جو فیوچر ہے یہ الحمدللہ اس کا پاسٹ بھی بہت روشن تھا, اس کا کرنٹ بھی بہت روشن ہے, اور اس کا مستقبل بھی بہت روشن ہوگا. والسلام علیکم ورحمۃ اللہ وبرکاتہ.
شکریہ مولانا. 2-3 باتیں بتائیں بہت ضروری ہے مولانا کے تعلق سے. ایک ان کے پاس 700 ایکڑ زمین سنگل پیس آف لینڈ عقل ہوا. دوسرے مولانا نے ایک بہت اہم کام شروع کر رکھا ہے. بس ہر دور میں نئے مسائل پیدا ہوتے ہیں, تو شریعت میں ان کا کیا حل ہے. مثال کے طور پہ ماحولیات, میں ابھی وہاں تھا موجود, تو عصر کی نماز کے بعد ایک مسئلہ میں نے سنا اور اس میں بتایا گیا کہ ماحولیات کو سدھارنے کی ذمہ داری قرآن نے مسلمانوں کو بھی دی ہے, اور اس میں بتایا گیا کہ چونکہ پیٹرول سے بھی پولوشن بڑھتا ہے, اس لیے آپ پیٹرول کا استعمال کنٹرول کریں, گیس کا استعمال کنٹرول کریں, اور قرآن کی آیت سے اس کو ثابت کیا بلا تو تم یہ انہیں لگتا نہیں, اور تم اپنے آپ کو اپنے ہاتھوں سے ہار کرنا کریں. تو اس طرح کا کام وہاں ہوا ہے. نئے مسائل کو قرآن کی روشنی میں وہاں پیش کیا جاتا ہے. ایک اور میں نے دیکھا مولانا کے یہاں کہ دنیا کا شاید یا ہندوستان کا کم سے کم سب سے بڑا ڈائننگ ہال بنا ہے, جس میں ایک وقت میں 25,000 لوگ بیٹھ کر کھانا کھا سکیں گے, اور ایک وقت میں اس سے زیادہ 30 یا 35,000 لوگ, وہ کنونشن ہال ہے, اس میں بیٹھ کر پروگرام کر سکتے ہیں. میں درخواست کرتا ہوں جناب عبدالقدیر صاحب سے گروپ چلاتے ہیں اور بہت اہم کام کرتے ہیں. فاضل کرام کو نیٹ اور جی کی تیاری کراتے ہیں, اور اب تک سینکڑوں بچے ان کے یہاں سے ڈاکٹر اور انجینئر بن چکے ہیں. جناب عبدالقدیر.
السلام علیکم ورحمۃ اللہ وبرکاتہ. میں حساب لگا رہا تھا, ابھی ایک اسپیکر کے پاس صرف 10 منٹ ہیں, تو میں کوشش کروں گا. 3-4 مہینے پہلے یہاں پر ہم جمع ہوئے تھے, اور اسی عنوان پر میں بھی اظہار خیال کیا تھا. بیدر میں شاہین میں جو ہے کچھ کام ہو رہا ہے. ایک ہمارا بہت ہی خاص پروگرام حفظ القرآن پلس الحمدللہ ابھی کافی معروف ہے, اس کو ہم ہندوستان کے ہر حافظ تک پہنچانے کی کوشش میں مسلسل لگے ہوئے ہیں, محنت کر رہے ہیں. شاہین جب شروع ہوا تھا 17 بچوں کے ساتھ, تو اسی وقت ہمارا بات ذہن میں تھی کہ اسٹوڈنٹ کی ساری تعلیمی ضرورت اسکول پوری کرے گا. ظاہر ہے دینی تعلیم میں اہم ترین ضرورت ہے, تو کلاس روم میں دینی تعلیم کا سلسلہ شروع ہوا. ناظرہ قرآن کا بھی فوری احساس ہوا, تو ناظرہ قرآن کلاس میں پڑھانے لگے. LKG UKG فرسٹ میں قاعدہ پڑھانا شروع کیے گا, اور سیکنڈ اسٹینڈرڈ میں 30 پارے کلاس میں پڑھانے کا نظم قائم ہوگا. سیکنڈ پاس ذہین خواہش مند بچوں کے لیے ہم شعبے حفظ شروع کیے تھے. وہاں پر 80-20 کا فارمولہ اختیار کرے. یہ 80-20 ہو سکتا ہے, 25 ہو سکتا ہے, 30 ہو سکتا ہے, جو مناسب سمجھے اس کو ویری کر سکتے ہیں. ہم 80-20 کا فارمولہ اختیار کرتے ہوئے شعبے حفظ میں 80% حفظ کے لیے وقت دیتے تھے, اور 20% وقت میتھمیٹکس اور لینگویجز کے لیے دیتے تھے. یہ سلسلہ بڑا اچھا چلا. بچہ 3rd, 4th, 5th میں حفظ مکمل کرنے لگا 5 سے 10 دور کے ساتھ, اور وہ واپس اس کو ہم 6 میں لینے لگے, اور وہ کچھ ہی دنوں میں دیکھتے دیکھتے اپنے ساتھیوں سے بہتر پرفارم کرنا شروع کر دیا. وہ آگے بڑھا. 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th میں KSET کمپیٹیٹیو ایگزام کے ذریعے گورنمنٹ میڈیکل کالجز میں سیٹ حاصل کرنا شروع کریں. ہماری پہلی فارغہ حافظہ رابعہ بسرین کرناٹکا کے ٹاپ میڈیکل کالج میں, بنگلور میڈیکل کالج میں ایڈمیشن لی. حافظہ تھی, اور وہ اب MD کر کے حیدرآباد میں سروسز دے رہی. دوسری جانب ہم, کیونکہ ہمارا خواہش تھی, بات کلیئر تھی کہ تمام تر تعلیمی ضرورت شاہین پوری کرے گا, اسکول پوری کرے گا. ہمارے اسٹوڈنٹ ٹیوشن جاتے تھے تو ہم کو بڑا برا لگتا تھا, یہ ہماری انسلٹ ہے. شاہین کا اسٹوڈنٹ ٹیوشن جاتا ہے, ہمارے ٹیچر کی انسلٹ ہے. تو کسی دن ہم اعلان کر دیے, ٹیوشن بین کر دیے. کوئی بچہ ٹیوشن جائے گھر جانے کے بعد, اور وہ کسی اور ٹیچر کے پاس جا کے شام میں پڑھے, تو یہ ہم کو برا لگ رہا تھا, اور ہم بین کر دیے. کوئی اگر جائے تو ایڈمیشن کینسل کر دیں گے. لوگوں کو برا لگا, عجیب یہ کیا بات ہے. تو ہم اپنے بات میں اٹل رہے, اور یہ ماشاءاللہ یہ بہت ہی کامیاب تجربہ ہوا اور لوگ سمجھ گئے کہ واقعی ٹیوشن نقصان دہ ہے. پرائیویٹ ٹیوشن جو گھروں کو جا کے پڑھایا جاتا ہے یا ٹیچر گھر کو آ کے پڑھاتے ہیں نقصان دہ ہے. اور کچھ دن کے بعد ہم کو احساس ہوا کہ کچھ تو بچوں کو ایکسٹرا کیئر کی ضرورت پڑتی ہے, تو ہم محنت کرے, غور و فکر کرے, میٹنگس وغیرہ رکھیے, ریسرچ کرے, 1 مہینہ سال 2 سال جو ہے محنت کر کے ایک سسٹم بنانے میں کامیاب ہو گئے اور ایک ڈپارٹمنٹ بنا دیے, اور وہ ڈپارٹمنٹ کا نام رکھے AICU, اکیڈمک انٹینسو کیئر یونٹ. ہاسپٹل میں ICU ہوتا ہے تو ہمارے پاس AICU ہم قائم کر لیے ماشاءاللہ. اس میں صرف میتھمیٹکس اور لینگویجز کو پڑھاتے ہیں. AICU میں صرف میتھمیٹکس اور لینگویجز کو امپروو کرنے کا سلسلہ چلا, اور ٹیوشن کی لعنت بیماری جو ہے الحمدللہ بیدر ضلع سے ختم ہو گئی. اور بیدر جو ہے انڈیا کا واحد ٹیوشن فری ڈسٹرکٹ ہے. ہم ٹیوشن کو ہندوستان بھر سے ایریڈیکیٹ کرنے کے خواہش مند ہیں. بہرحال تو یہ ڈپارٹمنٹ قائم ہوگا اور ٹیوشن بالکل ختم ہوگا. بیدر میں اس کا اثر ہوا کہ بیدر میں ختم ہوگا. اب کچھ جو ہے اس دوران ڈراپ آؤٹ بچے ہمارے پاس آئے, چاچا ماموں لے کے آئے, بچہ جو ہے ورکشاپ میں کام کر رہا ہے 5 سال سے 6 سال سے. تو ہمارے پاس کیونکہ AICU تھا, ہم AICU میں بچے کو جو ہے امپروو کریں میتھمیٹکس لینگویجز, اور اس کو جو ہے 10th میں بٹھائے, 10th پاس کیا, 11 12 کیا, آج ڈسٹرکٹ لیول کا ہارٹیکلچر آفیسر ہے, اور آج الیکٹریکل انجینئر کر کے شاہین کا ایڈمنسٹریٹر ہے. اس طرح سے بے شمار ڈراپ آؤٹ بچے بھی سکسیس ہونا شروع کرے. آپ جیسا کہ آپ نے سنا, ایک طرف ہمارے حافظ بچے سکسیسفل ہو رہے تھے اور دوسری طرف ڈراپ آؤٹ بچے, کمزور بچے بھی سکسیسفل ہو رہے تھے. تو 10-11 سال پہلے خیال آیا کیوں نہ یہ طریقہ کار ہندوستان بھر کے حفاظ کے لیے اپنایا جائے. یہ تو یقیناً کارگر ہوگا, اور کیونکہ حافظ ہوتے ہیں تو ذہین ہوتے ہیں, حافظ ہوتے ہیں تو محنتی ہوتے ہیں. اس خواہش کے ساتھ ایک خیال آیا, ایک پروگرام بنا, اور ہم پروگرام کا نام رکھے حفظ القرآن پلس. یعنی حافظ بچے جو بالکل اصلی تعلیم سے بالکل ہی نابلد ہیں, بالکل اسکول نہیں گئے تھے, پین کا استعمال نہیں کرے, اسکول کی شکل نہیں دیکھے تھے, اسکول میں قدم نہیں رکھے تھے, حافظ ہیں, ان کو لے کر ہم اصلی تعلیم سے جوڑنے کا ایک تجربہ شروع کرے. اعلان کیے, کچھ بچے آ گئے ہمارے پاس ماشاءاللہ. 4 سال کا پلان تھا, لیکن ہماری خوشی کی انتہا یہ رہی کہ ماشاءاللہ 3 سال میں یہ پروگرام کمپلیٹ ہوا, اور یہ بچے 12 پاس کر کے گورنمنٹ MBBS سیٹ لینے میں کامیاب ہو گئے. حافظ ابو سفیان بنگلور سے آیا تھا, جو کبھی اسکول نہیں گیا تھا, ماشاءاللہ اس کا MBBS ہو گیا ہے اور PG کے لیے تیاری کر رہا ہے. اب ان کے والد صاحب محترم کا تو بس معاملہ ایسا ہے, 6 بچے ہیں, پورے 6 کو حفظ کرا لیے لا کے چھوڑ دینا. ان کا کام ہے بچے کو حفظ مکمل کرنا اور شاہین میں لا کے چھوڑنا, اور مجھے پوری امید ہے کہ 6 کے 6 گورنمنٹ MBBS سیٹ لیں گے انشاءاللہ. یہ سلسلہ آگے بڑھا اور علماء اکرام ہندوستان بھر کے آئے, اس کو پسند کرے, اور خاص طور پر مولانا غلام وستانی صاحب اس کو بہت تائید کیے, اور ان کے الفاظ میں بار بار ریپیٹ کرتا ہوں پورے ہندوستان بھر میں کہ اس نظریے کو, خیال کو عالم کے کونے کونے میں پھیلا دو. الحمدللہ اب 27 ایسے مراکز چل رہے ہیں, اور ہندوستان کا ایک بھی حافظ نہ چھوٹے, اس کے لیے ہم کوشش کر رہے ہیں. دیکھیے دینی اور اصلی تعلیم کا ایک امتزاج ہونا چاہیے. مدرسے میں میتھمیٹکس اور لینگویجز کچھ پیریڈ تک ان کو ساتھ ہی ساتھ پڑھائیں, پھر 10th ضرور مدرسے میں جو ہے انتظام ہو, یا نئے اس کا سینٹر مدرسے میں ہو, لازماً 10th پاس کریں. پاس کرنے سے مراد یہ نہیں کہ جو ہے شارٹ کٹ کے ذریعے جو ہے لوگ پاس کر لیتے ہیں, سرٹیفکیٹ لیتے ہیں. دیر از نو شارٹ کٹ فار گریٹ سکسیس. سخت محنت کر کے بہترین کیندریہ ودیالیہ میں ایگزام ہوتا ہے اور بچے سکسیس ہوتے. کہ رحمان خان صاحب ایک گروپ کی بھی جو ہے سرپرستی کر کے آئے ہیں, شاباشگی دیے ہیں. 25 بچے بنگلور میں, ہمارا نیا سینٹر ہے بنگلور میں جامعہ العلوم میں, اور 25 بچے 8 مہینے میں 10th پاس کریں کیندریہ ودیالیہ میں ایگزامینشن دے کے. اس طرح سے 115 بچے 1 سال کے اندر 10th پاس کر کے اب وہ 11th میں ایڈمیشن لیے ہیں. آپ کے پاس فائل ہے, فائل کے اندر لکھا ہوا ہے بچے کے نام کے ساتھ, فون نمبر کے ساتھ ہے کہ وہ AICU میں کتنے دن تھا, کتنے دن میں جو ہے کہاں تک گیا. اور ہم نیٹ کا انتظار کر رہے ہیں. 20-25 بچے حافظ بچے جو کبھی اسکول نہیں گئے, وہ گورنمنٹ سیٹ لینے میں کامیاب ہو جائیں گے. اب تک 50-60 بچے ایسا سکسیسفل ہوئے ہیں. اس نظریے کو ہم عام کرنا چاہتے ہیں. ہندوستان بھر سے ذمہ دار گروپس جو ہے انسٹیٹیوشن کے ذمہ داران آ رہے ہیں ادھر, یہ سسٹم کو دیکھ رہے ہیں. میں پورے آپ تمام سے خواہش کروں گا کہ وقت نکال کے ضرور ادھر آئیے اور دیکھیے یہ سسٹم کو, اور پورے تمام حفاظ تک یہ ہمارا میسیج پہنچے. اور اس طرح سے کہیں پر یہ کام شروع ہو رہا ہے تو ہم ان کو سپورٹ کرنے کے لیے تیار ہیں. ابھی سنگاپٹنم میں ایک سینٹر شروع ہو رہا ہے, اسی طرح حیدرآباد میں لنگم پلی میں ایک سینٹر شروع ہو رہا ہے. حفاظ تک یہ بات پہنچائیے, ہم ان کی خدمت کرنا چاہتے ہیں. اور ساتھ ہی ساتھ مدرسے کے معاملے میں ہم چاہتے ہیں کہ بچے لاشعوری میں हिफ्स कर रहे हैं और लाशूरी में आलिमियत में चले जा रहे हैं। हमारा मानना है कि शऊर के साथ, रग़बत के साथ, चॉइस करके, पसंद करके जो है वो अपना कोर्स जो है सिलेक्ट करें। आलिमियत में 10th या 12th पास बच्चों को ही लें, सलाहियत के साथ पढ़कर पास होने वालों को लें। इस तरह से मैं एक केस जानता हूँ, मुफ्ती अब्दुल माजिद जो है 12th साइंस से जिद्दा में करे और लंदन में आलिमियत करे, फिर इफ्ता का कोर्स हैदराबाद में करे। आज शाहीन के हैदराबाद रीजन के दीनियात के डायरेक्टर हैं। इस तरह से चॉइस के साथ वो जो है आलिमियत करे थे। लाशूरी में आलिमियत का कोर्स ज्वाइन करना मुनासिब नहीं है। जैसा कि नदवा में एक बैच हर साल शुरू होता है 12th पास बच्चों का, ऐसे जो है तमाम आलिमियत के मदारिस में जो है इस तरह से जो है बच्चों को 10th या 12th पास बच्चों को लेकर एक माहौल बनाएं। ये चंद मेरे गुजारिशात थे। मैं चाहूँगा कि आप लोग हिफ्ज़ुल कुरान प्लस का जो है हुफ़ाज़ तक, मदारिस तक बात पहुँचाएँ। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। अस्सलामु अलैकुम वरहमतुल्लाहि वबरकातुहू।
वैसे तो आप अपनी बात 5 मिनट में कर सकती हैं, लेकिन 7 मिनट हम आपको सुनना चाहिए।
शुक्रिया सर।
Good evening, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank to Professor Alam sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Jamia Hamdard, and Shahid Siddiqui sir, Zamiruddin Shah sir, and Qureshi sir, for inviting me as one of the speakers. First, I think I had been given a different panel, but then I decided to speak on madrasa education because what I find whenever I have attended any conference, rather I have attended one more conference 3 months back here on madrasa education. So usually there are a lot of positive talks we see during the discussion about the contribution of madrasa education in general, which is a good thing. But I think we have reached to the point where we are in 2022, an institution which started in 9th century, and it is one of the oldest educational institution in the world, not only in India. But now it has been serious attacks continuously, and if we are not trying to address that question, then I think there is some problem with us, and we are trying to present a very rosy picture. First of all, I think I won't be apologetic whatever I'm going to say, but I think there are 2 speakers who have been doing wonderful work. So, but how many people who have been associated with the actually madrasas, and they have actually contributed a lot in terms of contributing as a proper educational institutes in India. For example, I won't take the name of the politician, but recently somebody passed a remark that all the madrasas supposed to be shut down, and I think it is not a very, very lighter comment I can say. The matter is not, the point is not whether it is going to affect or whether the madrasas are going to be shut down or not. But the point is, it creates a kind of suspicious attitude or suspicious outlook towards madrasa among the masses, and we have to address that. I think this alliance actually, which is going to work for overall of the underprivileged students, I think they should first focus on the real reforms of madrasa education, because regardless how much we talk about higher education for Muslims, that we have reached to a point that a lot of Muslim girls and Muslim boys, they are able to get education in Jamia Hamdard, Jamia Millia Islamia, and in other universities as well. But now I think 2-3 panelists in the morning when there was inaugural session was going on, and they were actually mentioning that we have so and so institutions, but we could not find, or perhaps they tried to bring it as a secular point of view, that we decided to appoint who is not Muslims, right? I just want to understand that we have so many Sikh institutions, we have so many Christian institutions, they are 2%, 1%. They are able to find people from their own community. We are 18%. We are still not able to find the competent people from our community. So I mean, this is not the right approach. I'm not saying, for example, in the university we have 5 colleges in Sikh community, managed by the Sikh Gurdwara Prabandhak Committee. They have the ratio. There is no direct reservation as such, but they have maintained the ratio of 90 and 10. 90 from own community, 10% for the other communities. And if you are thinking that you are not going to give the opportunity people from your own community, I am not a very community blind person, because I am a historian. I always try to keep my fact on the right and speak on that basis. The problem is that sometimes when we try to be very secular, we forget that if we are not going to give opportunity, and when we have 5 or 6 central university and state university of Muslims, still we are not able to find the competent people, then I doubt then for how long we are going to wait. Number 2, madrasa, modernization of madrasa has been a talk of the town since I think perhaps a decade or more than that. Modernization of madrasa didn't start in modern time as well. Akbar had started long back in 15th, 16th century. What is modernization? Basically to introducing the subjects which are not related to your religion, particularly not related to Islam. He introduced philosophy, he introduced mathematics, science, and so many other subjects. What happened over the period, the madrasa education in India got targeted, and then the people who have been associated with madrasa, they took certain wrong decision to withdrawing themselves from the scene. They decided that we are not going to continue with these modern subjects or the social sciences subjects. We will only continue with the Islamic studies. And those decisions really affected the entire future of madrasa education. Precisely, for example, in 1834 till the period 1844, when the British government decided to do the modernization basically, or you can say they had the concept of establishing English school, madrasa people, they actually felt that it is a kind of a threat, and they decided that we are not going to continue with the modern subject at all, the science, technology, social sciences subject. That was the first wrong point which we took actually. Afterwards, I think in the previous session there were madam from the AMU University, and she talked in length about the contribution. I'm not going to repeat the same thing, but what is positivity? I have been listening this word since morning, positivity. It's good to be positive, but you can't be carefree, or you can't take things for granted, just being so over positive. Be positive in the solution, but don't be so positive in looking at the situation, which is you are trying to be basically, undermining the situation. Tell me one institution of any of other minority institution which has ever been targeted in India. No. So if somebody, for example, said that everybody is minority in India in linguistic way or in religious way, I give you very relevant kind of example. I am also minority in this panel, right? But is it affect me? No. If I will be roaming at night on the road, and if 10 people, 10 men will be around me, that minority situation will affect me, So that is the whole thing. Just trying to generalize the situation and just trying to be, over celebrating. Sometimes I feel that we are over celebrating that madrasas have been doing good. Madrasas have done good, but the ratio, how many madrasas? If we have 20,000, according to the 2018 and 19 statistics, I think 8,000 of madrasas are not registered even. So government has decided, they have got the opportunity to cancel their, you can say the whatever, not affiliation, but they're going to shut down because they can put any kind of charges. So there are certain responsibilities or certain failures which had been created by the government, but there are internal factors also which we need to address. Yes, we now see a lot of engineers and doctors and civil servants who are able to crack the exam, who are coming from madrasa background. But how many? How many? That is the whole thing. Look at our population and look at our ratio, and our ratio in the representation where we are, not in journalism, not in academics, very few, don't just here we are so many Muslims, educationists are sitting around, not in bureaucracy, we are in maybe 1% or less than that in every spatial or every, can say profession. So I think let's not celebrate it too much on Dargah, sorry, my work is on Dargah, so sometimes I keep using the word. Madrasa, of course, it is a matter of honor for us, but we need to really work hard to try to revive and try to address the problem. I have just three minor suggestions I would like to especially address to Saj sir and Qureshi sahab and all. Number one, the students who are studying in madrasa, they don't have confidence at all. And if they are not confident enough, how they are going to compete with the world? And why they are not confident? Because they are living in their isolated world kind of a thing. They don't have any interaction, they don't have any exposure with the rest of the students of other schools. So why the people, like Alliance, can work on this to have a kind of interactive sessions with the madrasa students and with the school students, like a good private schools, to build up their confidence. Number two, why there is not a proper library in most of the madrasas. During the 14th-15th century, when the madrasas were getting constructed, they decided to have library that time. But now in library, most of the madrasa, at least I have visited 20 to 25, I have found it like in 2 to 3, but not in many other madrasas. So we need to have proper library. Library is not just for books. You're supposed to keep magazines, you're supposed to keep their newspapers, so the student can read something beyond the Islamic studies and can have the perspective, understanding and capability of doing debate, doing discussion when he leaves the madrasa, because life is much more and longer than madrasa. You're going to 5, 6, 10, how many years in madrasa? You have to face the real world, and there you won't find people from madrasa. There will be people from non-madrasa background. So just to build up their confidence, I think it is very essential. The last point I would like to suggest that madrasa people, or in madrasa we have seen not many girls students, or we have very few girls madrasas rather. So if we are really working, because most of the students who get enrolled in madrasas are basically from poor background, and if we will keep depriving females and if we won't have a good number of girls madrasas, then I think it is not going to work in the future. Because as somebody, I think madam has asked the question about dropout and other things, even if the madrasas are not giving the equal opportunity to girls, then how can we expect it to the university and to the other centers level? Thank you so much.
तीन ही स्पीकर बाकी हैं, सैयद महमूद अख्तर साहब से, और इंशाल्लाह मुझे उम्मीद है कि 20 मिनट में हम लोग इसको पूरा कर सकते हैं।
आज के सेमिनार के चीफ गेस्ट आली जनाब रहमान खान साहब, dignitaries and my revered seniors on the dais, dignitaries, my mentors in the audience, Honorable Vice Chancellor, faculties of this esteemed university, students, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me offer my profound gratitude to the Honorable Vice Chancellor for giving me an opportunity to speak, a bureaucrat to speak on madrasas. But I owe it to my service in the Ministry of Minority Affairs. The ministry is sitting here, right here. Certain things I was hearing about the madrasas and the future of the madrasas. A rather grim picture is there. I will only put it up in one share. फानूस बन के जिसकी हफाजत हवा करे, वो शमा क्या बुझे जिसे रोशन खुदा करे. This madrasa is, the lights are not going to be shut out. No. But we got to change. We got to upgrade ourselves. We got to go ahead with the times. And what are those tenets? Infrastructural upgradation is the need of the hour. जब तक हम उसको मुनज़्ज़म नहीं करेंगे, जब तक हम उसमें एक इनफरादियत नहीं लाएंगे और एक रूहानियत नहीं देंगे साथ में, तो शायद आने वाले वक्तों में ये मदरसे हमारे तवक्कुआत के ऊपर पूरे नहीं उतर पाएंगे. When I talk about रूहानियत, allow me to say, I want to say, let us introduce in a big manner, inherent manner in India, Sufism in the madrasas. Sufism. नमी दानम चजाए बूद शब जाए कि मन बूदम, बहरसु रक्स बिस्मिल बूद शब जाए कि मन बूदम, मोहम्मद शम महफिल बूद शब जाए कि मन बूदम, खुदा खुद मीर महफिल बूद शब जाए कि मन बूदम. So this is the spirit of the madrasa. So let's take it on. Let's take it further. इंडिया में कोई अमीरुल मोमिनीन नहीं है. Sorry to say this. India is guided by the constitution of the country. It's a secular republic. And when we say a secular republic, the ideals of secularism have to be enshrined in the tenets of madrasas. The students who pass out from the madrasas, they don't only have to be good hafiz and good understanding people of the Quran, Holy Quran, that is a must. Knowing the hadith is a must. But also is a must that they should be wizards of computerization. Also is a must that they should, I think somebody was talking from the stage right here, that they lack in confidence. If they lack in confidence, it is our bounden duty to give them the confidence. ये मिल्लत की जिम्मेदारी बनती है कि आप उनको कॉन्फिडेंस दें, चूंकि वो मकतब से शुरू हुए हैं, और जो चीज़ मकतब से शुरू हुई है वहाँ तो वो एक रुझान है ही, एक जड़ बहुत मजबूत है, उसको दुनियावी तर्ज पे आपको आगे ले जाना है. You have to take it forward. Aldous Huxley, when he wrote 1984, the famous book, he wrote, there are things known and there are things unknown, and in between are the doors. दरवाजे बीच में. तो आपको उन दरवाज़ों को खोलना है, हमें उन दरवाज़ों को खोलना है ताकि हमारे मदरसे के बच्चे आगे चल के एक मुकम्मल शहरी बने, एक ब्यूरोक्रेट बने, एक प्रोफेशनल बने, एक डॉक्टर इंजीनियर बने, हर जगह छाए, लेकिन उन मजबूत जड़ों के साथ साथ. दूसरी चीज़ जो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट मुझे लगती है, व्हाट अबाउट द विमेन स्टूडेंट्स इन द मदरसास. आई हैड द गुड फॉर्चून सर, आई वॉज वर्किंग एज अ डिप्लोमेट इन नेपाल, and there I could get a glimpse of the madrasas across the border, Indo-Nepal border. In fact, there are intelligence reports, let me share it now that we are in this forum, that many of those madrasas are hotbed of terrorism. And I was asked by the Honorable Ambassador to go and have a look. I went and had a look. Now, if I visited 5 madrasas, 3 of them were absolutely up to the mark. 2 of them didn't have students, and 2 of them didn't have any infrastructure. So that is the germane idea of heaping all sorts of allegations on these madrasas. Many of them may not be correct. But one good thing I witnessed in those areas was, there was a Ummi Kulsum madrasa on the borders of India and Nepal. And once the embassy asked me, आप वहाँ की बच्चियों को बुलाइए और उनसे योगा कराइए. I was given the responsibility. So I went to the madrasa. I talked to the mudarris. I talked to the person who was managing the madrasa. And I said, I want at least 50 students. Would you believe all of them came and performed yogas? And they were termed the best yoga participants in that event. So that is the madrasa. We got to take it forward. And once we talk about the madrasa's development in secular education, I am reminded of the famous शेर, ज़रा नम होती ये मट्टी बड़ी सरखे बहुत ज़रखेज़ है साकी. So at least we have to provide them with the proper, training. Capacity building is very important for the teachers of the madrasas. Their pay has to be regularized, their promotions have to be regularized. I think they have to be put on a national scale. And another thing which I would like to point out is, since it is a very august gathering and honorable people are sitting here, let us devise a method by which the teachers who are appointed to the madrasas are well trained in the art of teaching. They are not only mudarris but also the conscience keepers of the students who are studying there, because that is very important for the community to ensure that the students who come out of the madrasas, girls students and boys both, are not only, they may belong to different maslaks or whatever, but they are citizens of this country and they are in a position to be very proficient in whatever profession they would like to follow. We can have a federation of madrasas. We can debate on that. A federation is a good idea so that there can be uniformity in the madrasas and there can be a sense of cohesion. There can also be problems faced by one madrasa which can be solved by another. So these are some ideas which Dars-e-Nizami, which we have been following down the ages, we can take it forward and we can bring it to fruition. Thank you.
नहमदहु व रसूलहु नबी करीम। जनाब सदर ज़फ़र महमूद साहब, दीगर ख़वातीन हज़रात, सबसे पहले मैं दो बातें अर्ज़ कर दूँ। सबसे पहले शुक्रिया मोहतरम अफशार आज़म साहब का, जिनकी वजह से मैं यहाँ मौजूद हूँ। Thanks to his email about 2 weeks, 3 weeks back, and yesterday's telephonic conversation, that I am here. I am grateful to you, sir, for giving me this opportunity. Secondly, this is my perhaps second or third conference in this auditorium in the last 6 months, and we have discussed this topic in earlier conferences also. If I am repetitive, I regret, I say sorry in advance. For some of this audience who are present, maybe I may be repetitive. तो इससे पहले से मैं मौजूद कर देता हूँ उन लोगों से जो पहले मेरी बात सुन चुके होंगे। मौजूद ख़वातीन हज़रात, मदारिस के ताल्लुक़ से जो बातें कही जा चुकी हैं उसको दोहराने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। इतना मैं उसके साथ अपने आप को जोड़ते हुए ये कहना चाहूँगा कि जो मदारिस की तारीख़ है, जिसके बारे में बहुत कहा जाता है, बड़ी उज्ज्वल है, बहुत अच्छी रही है। राजेंद्र प्रसाद वहाँ पढ़े हुए थे वगैरह वगैरह, तो उसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है। अच्छे मॉडल भी हैं। अभी आपने अहमदाबाद गुजरात का एक मॉडल सुना, बिदर में डॉक्टर कदीर साहब का शाहीन का मॉडल है, और जगह भी है, हमारे शरिया है, पटना में हमें जाने का मौका मिला है, जामिअतुल फ़ज़ा है आज़मगढ़ में, जामिअतुल सज़ा है आज़मगढ़ में, वहाँ जाने का मौका मिला है। महदुल जनाब खालिद सैफुल्लाह रहमानी साहब का अल-महादल जो है हैदराबाद में जाने का मौका मिला। अच्छे मॉडल हैं। मजहबी तालीम के साथ साथ जदीद तालीम का इम्तज़ाज वहाँ देखने को मिलता है। अभी जब हम हैदराबाद में थे तो खालिद सैफुल्लाह रहमानी साहब के इदारे में गए तो पूरी एक साइंस की म्यूज़ियम वहाँ मौजूद है, पूरी साइंस की म्यूज़ियम, जिसमें कि ह्यूमन स्केलेटन का भी मॉडल मौजूद है, बर्थ की साइकिल का भी मॉडल मौजूद है, जितने भी जेनेटिक्स के मुताबिक से कोई चीज़ें हों वो भी इस म्यूज़ियम में मौजूद हैं। तो ऐसे हमारे सामने मॉडल मौजूद हैं जहाँ असली तालीम या जदीद तालीम या साइंस की तालीम और दीनी तालीम का इम्तज़ाज मौजूद है। कितने फ़ीसद है, कितने फ़ीसद नहीं है, उस पर हम अलग से चर्चा कर सकते हैं। इसलिए ये बड़ी पुरुम्मीद बात है कि मदारिस का हमें अच्छा फ्यूचर दिखता है, अच्छा सा अपना पास भी दिखता है। और इसके साथ साथ जो एक हकीकत सामने निकल के आती है, जो तकलीफ हकीकत होती है, उसका जिक्र करना ज़रूरी है। अच्छाई अपनी जगह है, लेकिन कुछ तकलीफ दे बातें भी दिखने में आती हैं, और उसके लिए हम सब को मिल के बशमूल मदारिस के मुंतज़मीन और मदारिस के चलाने वाले हम सब को मिल के कोशिश करनी पड़ेगी। ये हकीकत तो ख़वातीन हज़रात हम सब के सामने रहेगी कि जहाँ अच्छे मॉडल हैं, बड़े मॉडल हैं, 15-20 हज़ार लोग पढ़ रहे हैं, और छोटे छोटे मकातिब भी हैं जो मस्जिदों में, घरों में, मोहल्लों में चल रहे हैं, और जहाँ पढ़ाई का इंतज़ाम की जो भी शक्ल है उससे हम सब वाकिफ़ हैं, वो कितना नाक़िस है, कितना ख़राब है, उसमें कैसे टीचर्स हैं, उससे हम सब वाकिफ़ हैं। वो बड़ा हिस्सा है, बिगर पोर्शन ऑफ मदारिस एंड मकतब। ये जो पोर्शन जिसके अच्छे मॉडल आपके सामने भी पेश किए गए हैं, वाकई काबिल तारीफ़ हैं। उसकी जगह और भी होंगे, लेकिन वो 10% 20% होंगे। मेरे पास कोई स्टेटिस्टिक्स नहीं है, लेकिन मेरा तजुर्बा, मेरे जो घूमने फिरने का तजुर्बा है, उससे मालूम हुआ है। तो तवज्जो उन 80% मदारिस मकतब जिसको स्कूलों में चल रहा है, जहाँ पे हाल ये है कि बच्चे बेचारों के पास किताबें भी नहीं होती हैं, बच्चों के पास अच्छे पहनने को कपड़े भी नहीं होते हैं, फ्री पढ़ाया जाता है, चंदे से ज़कात से जो पैसा मिल जाता है वो उसी से उनका खाना पीना चलता है। इस सिलसिले में मैं एक मतलब एक चीज़ जो मैंने पढ़ी और देखी मैं बताना नहीं चाहूँगा, लेकिन भारत इतनी अफसोसनाक थी कि एक साहब ने खुद अपना तजुर्बा बयान किया कि उनको कैसा खाना मिलता है मदरसे में, जो मोहल्ले से आता है घर घर से और वो मिल जाता है, मिक्सर होता है, फिर वो मदरसे के तालिब इल्मों वो मकतबे के छोटे तर्जों करता है। तो उनकी वो पस्ता हाली भी है जिसकी तरफ तवज्जो करने की ज़रूरत है, और वही चीज़ है जो हम सबको परेशान करती है। इसमें हो सकता है वसाइल की कमी है, और हो सकता है इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की कमी है, हो सकता है मैनेजमेंट की भी कमी है, ये सब बहुत सारी कमियां हैं जो देखने में मिलती हैं। लेकिन जो सबसे बड़ी हमारे पास कमी है कि हमारे पास कोई एक ऐसा निज़ाम नहीं है कि कोई मदरसा कायम हो। कोई मदरसा मैं भी कायम कर सकता हूँ, कोई भी कायम कर सकता है। अपने घर में से उठ के मैं उठूँगा, मौलवी साहब निकल के कहीं से पास करके आए, उन्हें मदरसा पास कर दिया, ये उनका एक पेशा हो जाता है, ज़रिया आमदनी हो जाता है। कोई ऐसा स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन का सिस्टम नहीं है कि मदरसा कायम करना है तो क्या स्टैंडर्ड्स चाहिए होंगे, स्कूल कायम करना है तो कुछ स्टैंडर्ड्स होंगे, कुछ अपने राइट टू एजुकेशन के तहत स्टैंडर्ड्स होंगे, कुछ जो इंस्पेक्टर्स ऑफ स्कूल्स हैं, जो अपने डायरेक्टरेट्स हैं वो अपने सेक्शन भेजते हैं। लेकिन मदरसे के साथ कोई स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन इस मुल्क में नहीं है। ये छोटे मोटे मदरसे जगह जगह खुलते रहते हैं, और वही उनकी तालीम का और उनके निज़ाम का और पढ़ाने का तरीका का भी है, और वही उनके यहाँ रिक्रूटमेंट का भी कोई निज़ाम नहीं है। हर एक अपने अपने तरह से चलता रहता है। नतीजा ये है कि इसको स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन की कमी जो होती है वो नीचे से लेकर ऊपर तक हमें महसूस होती है, और आप सबकी तवज्जो मैं इसीलिए मबजूल करना चाहूँगा। ये बात शायद इस हॉल में मैंने पहले भी कही थी और आज मैं दोहराने में कोई इसमें एतराज़ नहीं है, और यूनियन साहब की तवज्जो चाहूँगा कि कुछ अर्से कबल मेरे पास एक फ़ोन आया डायरेक्टरेट ऑफ रिक्रूटमेंट आर्मी हेडक्वार्टर, और वो आर्मी में मौलवी रिक्रूट करते हैं, मौलवी भी रिक्रूट करते हैं और प्रीस्ट दूसरे 3-4 रिक्रूट करते हैं। तो उनका सवाल ये था कि साहब मौलवी को रिक्रूट करने के लिए हमें क्या क्वालिफ़िकेशन चाहिए, क्या होनी चाहिए। दूसरे जो प्रीस्ट रिक्रूट करते हैं उनकी क्वालिफ़िकेशन तो वो हासिल कर सकते हैं। मैंने उनसे कहा कि भाई आप मदरसा बोर्ड्स हैं जो सरकार के भी हैं, उनसे बात कर लीजिए और वो आपको बता देंगे। लेकिन उनके कुछ दिन बाद जवाब यह आया कि हर मदरसा बोर्ड का अपना अलग कुछ अपना अलग अलग निज़ाम है, कोई पैरिटी नहीं है कहीं। और ये चीज़ जनाब ख़वातीन हज़रात मैं आपसे पूछ जहाँ भी अर्ज़ कर दूँ, हम लोग जब मैं बतौर रजिस्ट्रार, जब मैं इक्विवेलेंस कमेटी का सेक्रेटरी था, या बतौर प्रो वाइस चांसलर जब इक्विवेलेंस कमेटी का चेयरमैन था, तो हम जब मदारिस को इक्विवेलेंस करते थे, उनके कोर्सेज़ का इक्विवेलेंस करते थे, हमें बड़ी दिक्कत आती थी कि कोई इक्विवेलेंस का सिस्टम ही नहीं था। किसकी यहाँ किस चीज़ की डिग्री का क्या नाम है, किसकी जहाँ क्या नाम है, क्या कोर्स पढ़ाया जा रहा है। आपने अर्ज़ किया दरस निज़ामी है, लेकिन दरस निज़ामी कहीं पूरा पढ़ाया जा रहा है, कहीं नहीं पढ़ाया जा रहा है, कहीं 70% पढ़ाया जा रहा है। नतीजा यह था कि हम लोग उसको नहीं कर पाते थे। और बहुत सी यूनिवर्सिटियों में ये निज़ाम है, इस यूनिवर्सिटी में भी है, हमदर्द में भी है, कि मदरसे की डिग्रियों को इक्विवेलेंस का वो दे के उनके दाखिले कुछ कोर्सेज़ में, चाहे वो फ़ारसी का कोर्स हो, चाहे अरबी का कोर्स हो, उसी में तक महदूद करके हम उनको दाखिले देते हैं और हायर एजुकेशन में जाते हैं। लेकिन ज़रूरत यही है इसकी स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन करने की। ज़फ़र महमूद साहब ने बड़े अच्छा मशवरा दिया है कि कोई बोर्ड बनाने की ज़रूरत है। सरकारी बोर्ड की तरफ तवज्जो दिलाई गई है। सरकारी मदरसा बोर्ड हुकूमत हिंद ने बहुत चाहा, बहुत कोशिश करी, लेकिन वो एक्सेप्टेबल नहीं हुआ। तो सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट के तहत पर तो बन ही नहीं पाया। कुछ सूबाई हुकूमतों के तहत पे बोर्ड बने हुए हैं, उनकी जो कारकर्दगी है, उनके अंदर जो करप्शन है, उनके अंदर जो खराबियां हैं, उसको मैं यहाँ तफसील से बताना नहीं चाहूँगा। इसलिए सरकारी बोर्ड से ज़्यादा हमें उम्मीदें करने की ज़रूरत में कम से कम नहीं है। और उसके साथ साथ जहाँ जहाँ अभी यूपी के वो मदरसा बोर्ड के साथ साथ जो मसाइल पैदा हो रहे हैं, वेस्ट बंगाल गवर्नमेंट में जो मदरसा बोर्ड है, वहाँ रिक्रूटमेंट को लेके जो मसाइल पैदा हो रहे हैं कि मदरसे में जो रिक्रूटमेंट हो वो कैसे हो, उसमें कैसे किस तरीके से हो, पब्लिक सर्विस कमीशन से हो वगैरह वगैरह, हुकूमत रिक्रूटमेंट करे। तो जगह जगह अलग अलग मसाइल हैं, सिलेबस को लेके मसाइल। मैं तो इस बात पर एम्फेसाइज़ करूँगा कि हमको या आपको, अलायंस को या किसी को, मैंने ये बात इसी हॉल में अमीर जमात इस्लामी के अमीर जमात यहाँ मौजूद थे, और उनका जो मरकज़ी तालीमी बोर्ड है चेयरमैन मुस्तफ़ा फ़ारूक साहब, उनसे भी मिलकर कहा कि आप सब मिलकर आपका एक तंजीम है, एक मरकज़ी मदरसा बोर्ड या किसी भी नाम से बोर्ड बनाएं जो मदरसों के तालीमी निज़ाम का कुछ स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन करें, सिलेबस का स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन करें, करिकुलम का स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन करें, ताकि कोई उसमें एक कहीं लेवल पे आके हम लोग कहीं खड़े हो सके। तभी हम कहीं जाके किसी के साथ एफिलिएशन कर पाएंगे, तभी हम कहीं जाके किसी के साथ बराबर भी खड़ेंगे। हमारे आपके थोड़े बहुत इक्विवेलेंस से कुछ यूनिवर्सिटियों में उनके दाखिले हो जाएंगे, लेकिन नेशनल लेवल पे उनको फ़ायदा नहीं होगा। दूसरी बात जो मैं यहाँ जल्दी से कहना चाहूँगा वो बहुत ज़्यादा परेशान कौन होती है जी, तो मैं ख़त्म कर देता हूँ। अगर आप कहते हैं तो मैं ख़त्म कर देता हूँ।
आपने बहुत ही वैलिड जी मुकाद उठाए। इंशाल्लाह इसके लिए कोई मैं दरख्वास्त करूँगा ऑर्गेनाइजर से, कोई सेशन भी होना चाहिए।
अच्छा 2 मिनट शाहिद सिद्दीकी साहब कह रहे हैं, 2 मिनट में कर दीजिए। आप क्या फरमा रहे हैं सर?
नहीं, मैंने तो ये अर्ज़ किया कि आपने बहुत अहम नुकात उठाए हैं और इसके लिए एक अलग सेपरेट मुस्तकिल सेशन
की ज़रूरत होगी। शुक्रिया। एक बात मैं कर दूँ, 2 मिनट में अर्ज़ कर दूँ, जो बहुत परेशान कन बात होती है, और वो मदरसे में जो पेडागॉगी है, पढ़ाने का तरीक़ेकार है, जिसको हम कहते हैं रॉड सिस्टम है, उस पर तवज्जो करने की ज़रूरत है। और उसको भी अगेन मैं उसकी बहस में तफसील में नहीं जाऊँगा, फ्लैग कर देता हूँ इशू कि उस पेडागॉगी को, उस सिस्टम को, उसमें टीचर्स ट्रेनिंग की बहुत ज़रूरत है, उसमें और काम करने की ज़रूरत है। तो वो एक पहलू है जिस पर तवज्जो की ज़रूरत है। वरना वो रॉड सिस्टम, फिर वो हम जिसकी बात करते हैं कि अबू सीना पैदा हुए और फना पैदा हुए, उस रॉड सिस्टम से नहीं पैदा हो सकते। इसमें थिंकिंग प्रोसेस को आप इनकरेज ही नहीं कर रहे। वहाँ कह रहे हैं बस, अभी सुबह रशीद साहब ने कहा कि इकरा का आपने तर्जुमा किया रिसाइट, या किसी और साहब ने किया रिसाइट, तो मुझे याद आया कि ये अंग्रेज़ी में तर्जुमा रिसाइट ही होता है, कहीं रीड होता है, कहीं रिसाइट होता है। उर्दू में तो हम कहते हैं इकरा का तर्जुमा पढ़ो, कहीं अंग्रेज़ी में उसका तर्जुमा रिसाइट भी होता है, यानी दोहराते रहो, रिसाइट करते रहो, दोहराते रहो। मतलब वही हमारा मदरसे का सिस्टम है रिसाइट करने का, उस पर तवज्जो करने की ज़रूरत है। फाइनली एक बात मैं कह के अगर आप कहीं जाते हैं, मदरसों में जो मसलकी झगड़े हो रहे हैं, जो मसलक के मसले बने हुए हैं, ये बात मैं अपनी पिछली बार भी कह चुका हूँ। एक मिनट खामोश रहें, साजिद साहब खामोश रहें, एक मिनट
मसलकी देखिए,
एक मिनट खामोश रहें, आप सुन लें, आप एक मिनट खामोश रहें, सुन लेंगे तो आपको जवाब मिल जाएगा।
मसलक पे बराह
उन हदीसों को जिसमें मसलकी झगड़े होते हैं, उनको इतना पढ़ाया जाता है कि उस पर 2-2, 3-3 दिन 4 सत्र हो जाते हैं। और उन हदीसों को जो हमारे दीन की बुनियादी महत्व हैं, उनसे ऐसा सरसरी गुजरा जाता है जिसकी कोई अहमियत ही नहीं। ये मेरा कॉल नहीं है, मौलाना मौदूदी साहब का कॉल है, ये किताबों में लिखा हुआ। लेकिन अगर ये जिससे हम ये चल रहे हैं,
सॉरी, ये आज के सब्जेक्ट से इसका मुताबिक नहीं, प्लीज आप मेरे बदल में दरखास्त कर
भाई,
एक मुकर्रिर और
अरे भाई आपको नहीं सुनना पड़ेगा, मत सुनना, लेकिन बात से। और फाइनली आपको हमारे मदरसे के साथ जो आतंकवाद का जोड़ा जा रहा है, वो सही है, गलत है, डिज़ाइन है, प्लॉट है, हम उसको इग्नोर कर सकते हैं, नहीं कर सकते हैं, लेकिन वो टैग हटाना उस मदरसों की बहुत अहमियत है। अभी जो उदयपुर में वाक़या हुआ, उसको भी मदारिस से जोड़ दिया गया। एक बहुत अहम हुकूमत के ज़िम्मेदार ने कहा कि मदारिस में ये पढ़ाया जा रहा है कि ऐसा किया जाए। ये अखबारों के बयानात, टीवी के बयानात, ये भी हमें इस पर गौर करने की ज़रूरत है। ये टैग हमारे ऊपर क्यों है, क्यों इसको हटाया जाए, इस पर जैसे आप कह रहे हैं पूरे सेशन कर दीजिए। तो अच्छी बातें हमने सबने सुन ली मदरसे की, थोड़ी सी कड़वी बातें मैं कहीं शायद नापसंद आई हों, लेकिन बहरहाल इस पर गौर करने की ज़रूरत है। शुक्रिया, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
मैं दरखास्त करूँगा इस सेशन को खत्म आप आखिरी कर रहे हैं ताकि हम लोग जमात अलग हो।
अजान अस्सलाम वालेकुम। मैं उम्मीद करता था कि वो बच्चे ने कहा था कि अस्सलाम वालेकुम का जवाब वालेकुम सलाम होना चाहिए। और दूसरी बात ये है कि मैं अफशार आलम साहब का और अलायंस का बहुत मशकूर हूँ कि उन्होंने ये मौका दिया, लेकिन मुझे थोड़ा सा अफसोस ये है कि मेरे पास टाइम नहीं है और मैं आपको रोकना भी नहीं चाहता, क्योंकि अगर जमात से आपने नमाज नहीं पढ़ी तो सारा गुनाह मेरे ऊपर चला जाएगा। वो हैं दूसरा, वाह वाह, बहुत अच्छा किया आपने बता दिया। और मैं इस सिलसिले में, क्योंकि हमारे दो साथियों ने जो मदरसे में काम हो रहा है उसके बारे में बताया और वो बहुत अच्छा लगा कि ये मदारिस बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं। उस सिलसिले में मैं इस तरह की कोई बात नहीं करना चाहता, क्योंकि यहाँ बहुत से उलमा बैठे हुए हैं, वो बहुत इस सिलसिले में जानकारी रखते हैं और आपको जानकारी दे भी चुके हैं, लिहाजा मैं उस सिलसिले में बात नहीं करना चाहता। एक ही बात करना चाहता हूँ मैं टीचर्स के बारे में, चाहे वो मदरसे के टीचर हों या मुस्लिम मैनेज्ड स्कूल्स के टीचर हों या उर्दू मीडियम स्कूल्स के टीचर हों। क्यों? क्योंकि ये जब हम अलायंस की बात कर रहे हैं तो इसका रोल भी आगे इनको इम्प्रूव करने के लिए कुछ होना चाहिए। दैट विल बी माई फोकस एंड नथिंग एल्स, यू नो, लेट मी टेल यू। मैं देखिए, सीधी सी बात यह है कि मैं तो यहाँ से शुरू करता हूँ, रब्बुल आलमीन। यहाँ बहुत से मौलवी बैठे हैं, सब जानते हैं, आलिम है। रब्बुल आलमीन का क्या मतलब होता है? सारे आलम का रब है वो, सारे आलम का रब है, ये मान के चले तो सारी दुनिया को हम ये मान के चले कि हमको उनके साथ रहना है, हमको उनके साथ रहना है। और अपने उसको देखें, हम अपनी ही सोसाइटी को देखें, तब भी हम देखते हैं कि हमें सबको मिलजुल के साथ रहना है। तो जो भी एजुकेशन का सिस्टम है, जो भी एजुकेशन का सिस्टम है, उसको इस तरह से बनना चाहिए और इस तरह से होना चाहिए कि हमें एडजस्टमेंट में कोई दिक्कत नहीं आनी चाहिए। दिस इज़ नंबर वन। नंबर टू, मैं क्योंकि एजुकेशन का आदमी हूँ और अगर एजुकेशन की बात नहीं करूँगा तो मेरे शागिर्द जोड़ के चले गए, सुबह से बैठे थे कि सर को सुनेंगे और वो फिर चले गए। मैं आपको एक बात ये बता दूं कि मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूं, एजुकेशन इज ऑल राउंड डेवलपमेंट ऑफ, आई रिपीट, एजुकेशन इज ऑल राउंड डेवलपमेंट ऑफ माइंड, इंटेलेक्चुअल, बॉडी, फिजिकल, स्पिरिट, उसको आप कुछ भी कह लीजिए। और तालीम के बारे में जब हम इमोशनल उसकी बात करते हैं, फिजिकल की बात करते हैं, इंटेलेक्चुअल की बात करते हैं, तो ये सिस्टम हमारे ब्लूम्स ने इसको अडॉप्ट कर लिया। एजुकेशन की जो मैंने आपको परिभाषा दी, डेफिनेशन दी, वो महात्मा गांधी की है। ब्लूम्स ने किया तो उन्होंने 3 डोमेन बना दिए, कॉग्निटिव डोमेन, कॉग्निटिव डोमेन एंड अफेक्टिव डोमेन, यू नो। हाँ, तो हमको जब बच्चों की तालीम की बात करते हैं तो हम इन चीज़ों पे हमको ज़्यादा फोकस करना चाहिए। इसको फोकस करने के लिए हमको टीचर को तैयार करना चाहिए। टीचर ही है जो मदारिस में उस्ताद हैं, चाहे वो कुरान शरीफ पढ़ाते हैं या दूसरे सब्जेक्ट पढ़ाते हैं, उनको हम जब तक ट्रेन नहीं करेंगे वो हमारे बच्चों को उस तरह से डेवलप कर होने में मदद नहीं कर सकते। मैं इस पे फिर फोकस करता हूँ। और हमारे जो चेयरमैन साहब हैं, उन्होंने जो प्रेजेंटेशन दिया है वो बहुत अच्छा प्रेजेंटेशन है। आई एम इम्प्रेस्ड, क्योंकि मैं बहुत सी चीज़ें जो उन्होंने प्रेजेंट ऑलरेडी कर दी हैं उसको भी कहना चाहता था, लेकिन मैं उसको नहीं दोहराना चाहता हूँ। आई एम कमिंग बैक टू दिस इशू कि टीचर्स को, नंबर 1, टीचर की तैयारियाँ और टीचर का प्रिपरेशन बहुत ज़रूरी है। मदारिस में हो, मैंने तो आगे बढ़ा कर कह दिया, मुस्लिम स्कूल्स में हो या उर्दू मीडियम स्कूल्स में हो। मैं इसलिए इस बात कह रहा हूँ कि नेशनल कमीशन ऑफ माइनॉरिटी एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशन, आप यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, माइनॉरिटीज़ का भी बैठे हुए हैं, मैंने भी उनके साथ काम किया है। स्टेट रिसोर्स सेंटर भी बनाए गए हैं, रीजनल रिसोर्स सेंटर बनाए गए हैं, تھے تاکہ اردو میڈیم اسکولس اور مسلم مینیجڈ اسکولس کو کے ٹیچرز کو ہم ٹرین کر سکیں. اب ٹیچرز کو پیسہ کتنا ملتا ہے وہ الگ کی بات ہے, لیکن ٹیچرز کو ٹرین کرنے کے لیے کہ بچوں میں کس طرح کی تعلیم ہونا چاہیے. میں یہاں ایک چیز پہ اور ایمفیسس دوں گا, تعلیم ہم دین اور دنیا دونوں کی بات کرتے ہیں اور کرنی چاہیے. آئی انڈرلائن دس, جب دین اور دنیا کی بات کرتے ہیں تو ہم قرآن اور حدیث کی تعلیم بھی حاصل کریں اور دنیا کے لیے جو ضروری ہے اس کو بھی ساتھ ساتھ میں حاصل کیا جائے. اور ان دونوں چیزوں کے لیے اگین آئی فوکس آن ٹیچر. اور جو یہ سوسائٹی ہماری ہے جس نے ابھی نیا کام شروع کیا ہے اور بہت اچھا یہ اسٹیپ ہے کہ ہم سب لوگوں کو اکٹھا کر کے ہم سے گفتگو کرنے کا موقع ملا ہے. میں یہ کہنا چاہتا ہوں کہ اگر یہ ذمہ داری لے لیں, کیونکہ میں ریجنل ریسورس سینٹر اور دوسرے ریسورس سینٹر کا بھی میں دیکھ چکا ہوں, بٹ انفارچونیٹلی وہ کبھی بھی مدرسوں کے ٹیچر یا مسلم مینیج ٹیچرز کبھی آئے نہیں اور دھیرے دھیرے گورنمنٹ نے ان کو بند کر دیا, دھیرے دھیرے بند کر دیا. اور آج بھی جامعہ ملیہ اسلامیہ میں ایک سینٹر ہے, کچھ نہیں ہو رہا ہے. میرا کہنا یہ ہے کہ اگر ہمارا یہ الائنس گروپ جو ہے یہ تھوڑا سا کوآرڈینیٹ کرے اور انسٹیٹیوشنز کو لائک جامعہ ہمدرد, جامعہ ملیہ اسلامیہ, علی گڑھ مسلم یونیورسٹی اور دوسری یونیورسٹیز جو ہیں, میں اس لیے بات کر رہا ہوں, میں نے تینوں یونیورسٹیز میں کام کیا ہے. علی گڑھ مسلم یونیورسٹی میں نے پڑھائی کی ہے, جامعہ ملیہ اسلامیہ میں نے پڑھایا ہے, اور مولانا آزاد نیشنل اردو یونیورسٹی میں بھی میں نے کام کیا ہے. لیکن میرا تجربہ یہ جو ہے چھوٹا موٹا ہے, چاہے میں پی یو سی کر رہا تھا جب علی گڑھ مسلم یونیورسٹی میں, تو وہاں مدارس سے لوگ آتے تھے اور پی یو سی کرتے تھے, وہ مجھے اجازت تھی ان کو کرنے کی, بہت اچھی بات تھی. اسی طرح سے میں کہتا ہوں کہ جب میں ان کو آبزرو کرتا ہوں, کوئی برا نہیں ماننا چاہیے, تو مجھے یہ لگتا ہے کہ ان کا بیہیویئر بڑا آئسولیٹڈ ہے. دے آر ناٹ ایڈجسٹنگ ٹو جنرل پاپولیشن آف دا کنٹری. اور اس کے لیے اگین آئی پٹ ریسپانسبلٹی آن ٹیچرز. وائی ایم پٹنگ ریسپانسبلٹی آن ٹیچرز اینڈ وائی ایم سیئنگ that teachers do need again a kind of in-service training to prepare the students for that. اس سے زیادہ میں کچھ نہیں کہنا چاہتا. میں اس لیے الائنس کو پھر سے درخواست کرنا چاہتا ہوں کہ آپ ان کوآرڈینیشن میں ان انسٹیٹیوشن کو آئیڈینٹیفائی کیجئے اور ریجن وائز آئیڈینٹیفائی کیجئے ان اسکول کے ٹیچرز کو, اور ٹیچرز کی ٹریننگ کو کرنا بہت ضروری ہے. اور اس کے لیے میں درخواست کروں گا کہ یہیں سے شروع کریں, اور ہم لوگوں کی جو مدد کی بھی ضرورت ہوگی, کیونکہ ہم لوگ تو ریٹائرڈ ٹیچرز ہیں, کافی لوگ ہیں, خواجہ شاید بھی یہاں بیٹھے ہوئے ہیں, ہم لوگ ہمیشہ اویلیبل ہیں اس کام کے لیے, اور یہ مانتے چلتے ہیں کہ یہ کام آگے بڑھایا جائے گا انشاءاللہ. اب ایک درخواست ہے, آخری ایک سینٹنس میں ختم کرتا ہوں. چیریٹی بگنز فرام ہوم. بڑا مشکل ہے کہ میں کس کے لیے کہہ رہا ہوں. میں اسی سوسائٹی کے لیے, اسی کے لیے کہہ رہا ہوں. یہ اینگلو عربک اینڈ دہلی کالج, ذاکر حسین کالج کے المنائی نے بنائی ہے کچھ, اس میں کافی المنائی ہیں. اور اگر ہم اینگلو عربک اسکول کو دیکھتے ہیں تو ہم کو یہ لگتا ہے کہ بہت اٹینشن کی ضرورت ہے اینگلو عربک اسکول میں. میری خاص طور سے میں کیونکہ جامعہ ملیہ اسلامیہ میں جب کیا تھا 35 سال تو جامعہ میں گزارے ہیں, 8-10 سال ادھر ادھر گزارے ہیں, میرے بایو ڈیٹا میں صرف 35 سال لکھے ہیں. تو میں دہلی ایجوکیشن سوسائٹی کا جنرل سیکریٹری بھی رہا ہوں, اور میں اس موقع کا فائدہ اٹھاتے ہوئے آپ سے درخواست کرتا ہوں کہ وہاں کے حالات کو دیکھیے, وہاں کے ٹیچرز کو ٹرین کرنے کے لیے, ان سروس ٹریننگ کے لیے کچھ نہ کچھ مدد کیجیے. اور میں کوشش کروں گا اگر میری ضرورت ہوگی کہ میں جامعہ ملیہ اسلامیہ سے کہوں کہ وہ ان کی مدد کریں. اور اس میں جامعہ ملیہ اسلامیہ کو کوئی پیسہ نہیں لینا چاہیے اور آپ کو مدد کرنی چاہیے, تبھی ہمارا اسکول. میں آخری بات پھر سے ریپیٹ کرتا ہوں کہ جب تک ہمارے ٹیچرز اچھی طرح سے ٹرین نہیں ہوں گے ہمارے بچے کی ٹریننگ ٹھیک سے نہیں ہو پائے گی اور ان کا ڈیولپمنٹ نہیں ہوگا. اینڈ دیئر فور آئی ایم فوکسنگ آن ٹیچرز ٹیچرز ٹیچرز. تھینک یو ویری مچ.
بہت بہت شکریہ. بہت کم ایجوکیشنل کانفرنسز ہوتی ہیں جس میں صبح 10 بجے سے اور شام کو 7:30 8 بجے تک لوگ اس طرح سے موجود رہیں, تو میں آپ لوگوں کا شکر گزار ہوں. لیکن آپ لوگوں سے ایک درخواست کرنا چاہتا ہوں کہ کل ہمارے بہت ہی امپورٹنٹ سیشن ہے. مجھے یہ کہنے میں مذائقہ نہیں کہ آج سے بھی زیادہ امپورٹنٹ سیشنز کل ہونے والے ہیں, اس لیے کل اسی طرح سے آپ لوگوں کی ضرورت ہے. میں آپ کو بتا دوں کہ کل ہمارا پہلا سیشن جو ہے وہ پروفیشنل ایجوکیشن اور روڈ میپ. عبدالسبحان صاحب ہمارے جو ہیں اس میں بہت اچھا پریزنٹیشن کرنے والے ہیں. پروفیسر فرقان قمر صاحب, ہمارے بحر الاسلام صاحب جو ہے کاشی پور یونیورسٹی کے, وہ کرنے والے ہیں. پروفیسر سشما یادو. دوسرا سیشن جو ہمارا ہے اس میں ووکیشنل اینٹرپرینیور ایجوکیشن نیڈ آف دا آور. ہمارے محبوب الحق صاحب جو آئے ہوئے ہیں ہمارے چانسلر یونیورسٹی میگھالیہ یونیورسٹی سے, اور ریحان خان سوری صاحب, بساب بنرجی صاحب, سید اقبال حسنین صاحب, عاصم علی خان صاحب, فرحت جمال صاحب. یہ فرحت جمال صاحب جو ہے مولانا ایجوکیشن ٹرسٹ ممبئی سے آئے ہیں, بہت بڑا انسٹیٹیوشن اورنگ آباد میں چلا رہے ہیں. اس وقت ون آف دا بیسٹ انسٹیٹیوشن ہوٹل مینجمنٹ کا چلا رہے ہیں. وہ ہمارے بیچ بولیں گے. اور اس کے بعد جو ہے لاسٹ سیشن جو ہے اس میں بیسٹ پریکٹسز ان ایجوکیشن فار کوآپریشن اینڈ سینرجی, جو ہمارا بنیادی مقصد ہے, ہاؤ ٹو کریٹ کوآپریشن اینڈ سینرجی. اس میں لیفٹیننٹ جنرل ضمیر الدین صاحب ہمارے پریزیڈنٹ اس کو چیئر کریں گے. افشار عالم صاحب وائس چانسلر صاحب اس میں بولیں گے. عبدالسبحان صاحب وہاں پر بھی موجود رہیں گے. ڈاکٹر اسد شہاب صاحب رہیں گے جو زوری انڈسٹریز لمیٹڈ کے مینیجنگ ڈائریکٹر ہیں. راہل بنسل صاحب رہیں گے, یونیسیف کے پارٹنرشپ مینیجر ہیں. ڈاکٹر انس عمیر صاحب جو ترکی سے اسپیشلی فلائی کر کے آئے ہیں یہاں پہ بولنے کے لیے, لیکن ہماری گورننگ باڈی میں ہیں اور ہمارے ساتھ پوری طرح سے جڑے ہوئے ہیں. تو اس لیے میری درخواست یہ ہے کہ کل بھی اسی جوش و خروش کے ساتھ, اسی انتھوزیازم کے ساتھ آپ لوگ تشریف لائیے گا. بہت بہت شکریہ. آخری بات یہ کہ جو بات آپ نے کہی اینگلو عربک کے بارے میں, اس میں صرف ایک جملے میں کہوں گا کہ اس کو برباد کرنے میں جامعہ ملیہ کی ایڈمنسٹریشن کا بہت بڑا ہاتھ ہے.
اس سیشن میں جو بہت ہی اہم ہے, اس میں سوال و جواب کا سلسلہ ہے.